I am going to give us 4 o'clock on August 1st. I will open the regular meeting president and 70 officers and public. They'll feel that thing and again, or that topic. I'll open our we wait that we need to stop and pass off. All rise for our allegiance. It's time for our citizens to be heard, and I just want to make a quick statement. We'll take a lot of people here and some comment there. We do have 5 public hearings for potential EDO meetings. If you're here to make comment for one of those EDO approvals, so that public hearing will happen if you win with our commission meeting day with the length of our commission meeting, with a very rough estimate of maybe 6 o'clock yet, and maybe so if you're here for public comment, you can come forward and comment, and we'll have 3 minutes. Please introduce yourself. Anyone here to make a public comment? So yes, if you get a comment on one of the EDOs, the best time to comment for that is when I open the public hearing for that particular area. If you're concerned with one of the particular ones, if you're concerned with them in general, you may just comment right now. Great. Well, yeah, again, that's a very rough estimate. So we want to cut back in, and it depends on how long we get going. Anyone else that is important to make a public comment here in the chamber? Is there anyone on the thing who is here to make it? And all of you last call to take this public comment. If there's any comment, we'll also add another public comment at 6 o'clock. Great. We will proceed to no presentations today. So we'll see the department reports. And our first department report is Grant Center. Going eastward, our Grant Center director is report. Good afternoon.
and ballet, included being about themselves, and how many are starting minutes, and what music like the work. Lawyers, possibilities, they'll have to fear. But I have to admit that when I say that you have to use what it's they take maybe statements, there's no avenue to it, and they can keep speaking, not all of it is really be wrong. And we did pick up other guests for our guided tour. No, it's not a favorite question. Sometimes you have things going on in the other. And you can take it on Facebook. So they type in your game at highlighting state conference, which is Spotify. They had great fun. I thought I used it. I just put it in the place. We also have ladies that we starting plays with a lot of parties. Another favorite activity is we have done some quite fast this year. Our next vacation is doing that. It is always exciting to get everyone started with the same idea and skills to get each other project as a community to really students as their creative. And we have some very creative and you can see this in the very creative team. Our newest citizens, we are citizens, help us out with our basic skills. Joining leadership is citizenship on the region of this law. We celebrate our whole week. We have a very active council on aging. Planning to share this as our council and we focus on giving new people that publicity to the city. We have write-up business with county and assembly, basically use visited us for the day of the conference. Knowledge and growth in 5 times with numerous interviews with staff and community alike. The council is doing a survey to see what the needs of Grand County seniors are and which of those needs do think are fulfilled and which they are not. They are hoping to focus on senior housing and senior advocacy. Advocacy for helping keep housing needs and to go through application process for numerous things. I can help or do help with Social Security and Medicare and do very good job. But I do not offer any legal advice to keep you from the latest standards when you do that. Pride and focus. Pride and focus. Perhaps and stand for focus for student activities, decisions for Medicare and Medicaid services. Darren Houghton is the head of the state's health insurance program in his year. He comes down from topics regularly throughout the year. He was here a week or so ago talking with the seniors regarding Medicare, fraud, and scamming. He brought along a couple of ladies to that week. One was with CMS, and another was from the HDHO, which is the Administration of Community Living. That's concerned by the business program. We try to keep our seniors informed of issues that affect them. We had HDS, which is about protected services, come in last week. Candace discussed students. $15 million we lost in the town the last fiscal year in Israel. Even in our little town of Noah, students happened. I had a lady with a near miss yesterday. There was a social security scam and it kind of scared us. It was like we're going to lock the social security down. You're being investigated for money laundering. You need to go down to the bank. You need to take all of your money out and you need to put it on. And even though we have told the time of doing that this is not fun, this is a scam. When they ask you for a card from Walmart and property, this is a scam. For 4 hours, we've been on the phone. And with this, one of the local branches of the credit union who started doing this. But after this, we didn't have money and then they pay taxes and they live in the home. The police were, defended of this report to the police, and the police said another resident had lost $42,000 in the same experience in the last week and a half. Part of our job is to share these stands with other seniors and help to run these reports. We also report these stands to the FCC and for the Medicare Flag. Another area of seniors need help with is their phones. A new phone, they're no longer flip phones. We teamed up with the library and same way when the library is down twice a month to have one-on-one with the news during this time. We now come to the community single party event. We have hosted numerous meetings in our conferences from sorority to settlement to summit to Tiltville and new local communities. Please support me monthly or bi-monthly. Numerous trainings from the Park Service, Police Department, visitors have all met here. I have to admit my favorite looking large beautiful best this is this talk. It was so fun to listen to them all in the practices. When it was quiet, you could hear them all the way down to the offices. And it was such a nice meeting in our days. Our main hall has hosted town hall, funeral, birthday parties. This was a great birthday party. And we have had 2 weddings this month alone. When the people we help to continue to find the needs and needs of Grant County community. Hopefully the council on energy survey will help us with population. We have such a diverse population of species, from 60 to 100 years old. They have different needs and different interests. We hope to bring in some of the younger healthier crowds who do not consider themselves people. We hope to bring in yoga, hiking clubs, walking clubs, and the like. We also have a kind of food going to teach qualify. Right now, the portal percentage of family retirement is new. We have worked with the two people in the kitchen for over a year and a half. So this is gentlemen have done a great job. It would be nice for them to be able to take a break for a 6 days without knowing how the others may know handling everything. I'll put this by something speaking about innovation. When thinking with the business competitive, not marketing or the part of the office. The students have a great plan for this month. They are looking to manifest more than 60 of our focus for innovation. As in this town, we will help to go into, as we help with their numbers, I have this where I've been told. The Southeastern Health Department is planning another Halloween thing for you, when it's not COVID. They have such fun coming in costume last year, but they got to reduce performance with enrollment. Also, the health department and the state are planning on a low income dental clinic for low income families and seniors as well. Robert Thomas is bringing back the community-based student care this year, so it looks like we are getting back to normal here in Hall, whatever we need normal. We are excited about our future here at the center and look forward to the coming years, new people, new ideas, and more good fun. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great job. Thanks for your words. I always don't let it hit.
We are trying to drag it into the community. With an intercessor with, hopefully we will have for the now
All right, we don't have any further department reports, and we have no agency reports today. So we move on to our general reports, and first, we'll start with our division number disclosures. There is anything that anyone needs to disclose in terms of the agenda. But now, so we move on to the general report and considerations. Let's see, start with Mike today. If you're ready.
My consent would be today.
All right.
I have to report, I think. But, one of the things.
my, bill.
Yeah, and like I said, I was invited to a meeting up with the city capital that involved multiple topics. We met and the B and Z road fund and the possibility of increasing what we already received. And while I'm at it, I wanted to mention I did over the state during my budget talk. And I believe that amount of it is by then, I apologize. When we did discuss further, we also had this question around the insight that it accept. Putting on county and the first time from the video back and then several discussions on how to find all that. And some of the homes they can be found out that they're back to so that's the also around the impact on the county. Very felt that again, kind of that others and some of the situation talked about it a week on help not come back and to be able to the day after the holiday. That meeting up there. Let's see. I also had a discussion with staff a little bit about the idea of the building mentioned. I just wanted to bring forward the possibility of maybe a commission of the new to be a part of that process. And then I would also one of those jobs that it's strong, not just very well received back out. And the woman that thing. So, and then I also plan to go to the fire annex. Possibly better than that,
Bill, it's word that no one online hear us. So Matt or I think you guys here can try to fit that homework all the 5 minutes. That's real quick.
Say more about the TRT requirement, like what kind of changes are being.
Well, it was just all proposals. It was a meeting that came about from UAC.
We are still.
So. Let's be discussing it like like use some of those funds. Right, exactly. There is talk about hoping that happens.
I know, Andre does a lot of recreating down here, specifically here. I don't know if he owns.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He seemed to be the one pushing it, or at least bringing the discussions
Back to being bad.
But they didn't say specifically what kind of additional.
No, it was just kind of opened up.
That sounded a little better, Matt, when you were speaking. This is Elisa on Zoom. You sounded very clear, and also Commissioner Winfield sounded clear just now.
Still, it's a.
Yes.
Substantial.
Does that make it any better, Elisa? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better, like 100% better.
That sounds much better. You actually can hear me now.
Can you
Yeah.
hear me too?
Yes.
Okay.
Lisa, I think that is the.
Thanks.
Well, wish you all the best of luck. On your meeting.
Thank you, Matt.
Ready, okay.
Right on time.
I just got a text complaining.
Also, don't forget Mike.
Right in.
Yeah.
Mike's too.
I'll just pick up where you. Okay, we just recessed for 5 minutes to take care of technical difficulties. We're back on. Hopefully everybody can hear it. We're back from a 5-minute recess to take care of technical difficulties. Hopefully everybody can hear us clearly now. And we were in the middle of Commissioner Winfield's report when we recessed. So if you would pick it back up, Bill, that would be great.
Yeah, and I think I was pretty much done.
Use your mic, Bill. Commissioner Winfield.
Mike. Thank you. I was involved up at the state in some discussions about the centrally assessed property. I mentioned that, and then some future additional funds for B and C roads. That seems to be a huge issue for many counties. I mean, everybody was very involved in that discussion, and the state seemed open to it. I mentioned that I spoke with Mallory and the possibility of starting a committee for there's been talk of a new building, and I just think that maybe we get involvement from department heads, commissioners, just get a few people involved in that to be a part of that process as it moves forward. And then also I was at the water workshop that Trish put on. Great information from both Arnie and Mark Stilson in that, a lot of depth in their both of their discussions. So, and then also I was at a fire annexation meeting with Trish and Kevin and Chris, and then Moab Valley Fire, and that seems to be moving forward. So possibility of a workshop possibly before our next meeting was mentioned, and I don't know if that's a given, but okay, that's all I've got.
Thank you, Bill. Evan?
The end of the month is usually pretty slow for me. I was finishing up the director eval for EMS and got that delivered to him. And that was one of the big duties of the board. So that's all said and done. And I think that's all I got.
Thanks. Kevin? I also have relatively little to report. There was a council on aging meeting that I actually missed, but I got briefed on. And one of the things that they are concerned about are, housing issues specific to seniors and, people sort of failing to qualify for some federal aid, HUD aid that previously. So that might be coming up on a future presentation. But so anyway, just want to give a heads up about that. And I think you already mentioned it too. Great. Thank you. Mary?
Yes, I had an UMTRA meeting at the uranium mill tailings removal action project. And it's on the consent agenda, but I want to bring up a couple things, mostly for education for the public. To begin with, they don't have to do this. The DOE does not have to do a continuing compliance, but they've always been good stewards and have done it. So I'm really pleased with that, because we have not had that result from everybody we've asked. Anyway, so I want to go over some of the accomplishments. During this year, they have shipped 977,000 tons of uranium tailings. To date, the project has shipped more than 13.7 million tons, or about 86% of the total estimated 16 million tons to the tailings pile. During the reporting period, more than 15,500 tons of debris was placed in the disposal cell, which was shipped by train. In April, I brought this up before, it was a big, the project began to work actively to uncover and dismantle and remove 14 autoclaves from an asbestos pile, landfill in the Moab site. The work was completed in June, and all resulting debris has been transported to Crescent Junction. And they had to transport it by truck because of the asbestos. They had to put them in these very special tight containers that wouldn't fit in the train compartments. But it's all moved. There was no hitch, and they felt very relieved. That was a big something that they were very concerned about. They're continuing to do 4 trains a week. And as you probably all noticed, the Atlas building was removed this year. So that was a big deal. Operations of groundwater remediation, they have is continuing. They have to this point kept 979,483 pounds of ammonia out of the river and 5,580 pounds of uranium. And the monitoring the water will continue even after the pile has been removed. They study the air. There's many places around town that they study it, and public exposure to direct gamma radiation and radio particles from the project site do not come close to exceeding any of DOE's public dose limits. The projects also works very hard to monitor and make sure their employees are kept safe. Radiation exposure results to this day indicate that the project has adequately protected its workers from radioactive hazards by keeping the total effective dose well below the DOE administrative control level. So there's a lot more, and probably a lot of you read it in the thing, but I wanted it known to the public. It's really exciting. We continue to be funded fully. So they think the next million will be done before November. So hopefully in the next 2 or 3 years, the tailings will be gone. So that's exciting. I went to economic development program. We worked on the grants, and it was decided that $57 million will go to workforce housing through. You said 57 million? No, I meant 57,000. I was hoping $1 million. Woo! Recommended allocating for an impact fee offset. Here's what this will all be coming to us at the next meeting for approval, but thought you'd like to head us up. The Grand Summit funds, there were recommended allocating the Chamber of Commerce for future events to support the economic development of small businesses in Grand County in conjunction with the Small Business Development Center. And the remaining money will be used to help with the AmeriCorps Vista, who be $21,500 to help with just offsetting the low wages they receive, the cost of living in Moab. And that will be administered through the Moab Free Health Clinic, because they're the ones that are the umbrella for all the vistas. We had a solid waste meeting. We hired Zions to develop a long-term comprehensive financial plan. And now, if you are people who use the community recycling center going up towards Sand Flats, they are accepting number 5 plastics.
Yep.
Those are your, like yogurt containers and things like that. So that's good news.
That is
That's
good
real
news.
good
Yeah,
news.
previously they had only done 1 and 2.
And they also have up there one container for anyone, like, I know what happens to me when I go up there. I'm sorting my material and all of a sudden I have something that could be sorted in the single stream, but there's not a bin for it. There's a place where you can drop that in. So another way to try to keep stuff out of our landfill. On Thursday, I made a hard choice and chose to go to the Moab Times gathering to meet the people from Salt Lake. It was really exciting. From the Salt Lake Tribune, I had a very good talk with Grant Birmingham. He's managing editor of Salt Lake Tribune. And I think with this, I don't know where we're going to be, Times is going to be under the umbrella of the Trib. We're going to get a lot more exposure, state exposure to the issues that are affecting Grand County. He seemed very interested. And it was nice to get a face to a lot of the different people that when you read the Trib, you see their line, their bio. And the Southeastern Utah Board of Health received a very favorable audit.
Thanks, Mary. Busy as usual. I had a couple of meetings. TSSD, the water district up in Thompson, was a surprisingly short meeting for that one. And the main thing that was discussed was paying for the Holloway's backflow preventers there, which had been an ongoing issue, in exchange for them allowing excess water to come down and fill the old overflow pond. Then that was another discussion at the meeting, was that pond's been dry for 30 years. So they were talking about resuscitating the overflow pond at the water tanks in Thompson and keeping those full and using them for emergency water as well as recreation purposes. There's a robust discussion about getting that going again. On the 20th, I attended an HPC meeting that unfortunately didn't meet quorum. We were one shy of a quorum. So a few of us hung out. We had a informal discussion about Dewey Bridge and funding streams, as well as getting people involved in potentially rebuilding the bridge. And that was that for the HPC meeting. And then we had the Pioneer Day Museum of Moab Ice Cream Social. It's very successful. A bunch of people came out to that, had some great music, gave away a lot of Aggie ice cream, and just continue to highlight the great work that the museum is doing. And they're kind of just rebranding exactly, and just kudos to everybody over at the museum. It's a great spot if you haven't checked it out already. And I also attended the water workshop. I think Mary said she made a hard choice. The choice, I believe, was between the water workshop and the TI open house. That was a hard choice for me as well. I did end up attending the water workshop, and Bill and Mike definitely found that to be quite informative. I learned, as usual, a lot from Mark and Arnie. So, and again, kudos on that. I'm looking forward to the next one. And
I'll just interject. I did go to both of them. Yeah, if you're willing to miss.
Right. Thanks. And that's all I have. So that's it for our commission reports. Move on to elected official reports, and I would go to Gabriel, Clerk Wojtek.
Thanks, Jacques. Got a number of things. I'll just try to hit the high points. Tomorrow there's an active shooter preparedness workshop at Star Hall. I'm not sure if administration was going to mention that, but the same gentleman who is coming to give that presentation to interested county staff. That's an optional program. Has also just completed a cybersecurity assessment of our facility and worked with our IT director, Matt Seniceros, and also my chief deputy, Dana Van Horn, was involved in that conversation as well as it relates to election security measures and, just identifying our vulnerabilities and finding room for improvement. And so in the morning before the active shooter preparedness workshop, the same gentleman is going to come in and meet with the clerk's office to talk about the physical security assessment of the space as it relates to election security, how we store things, where our vulnerabilities are, and looking forward to identifying those things and making improvements as we can. We did add an additional camera already in the clerk's office for the ballot processing area that was required by through a new bill that was passed at the legislative session. But it's a good improvement that we have now, some better views in addition to what was already out in the lobby. We are planning, Chief Deputy Van Horn and I are planning a visit to Wayne County for the primary election that's happening right after Labor Day. Since it's canceled here, we're going to take the opportunity to share tips and tricks and offer support and build rapport with a neighboring rural county as they run their election. Just kind of taking the opportunity to see how they do things. Maybe we'll be able to glean some information about and adopt something from another county that's doing so. Really looking forward to that. I'm glad we can take that opportunity. Tax valuation notices went out to all Grant County property holders. So some of y'all might have gotten a piece of mail from me relatively recently. And we're pretty busy establishing processes for follow-ups for folks if those physical notices were returned to us undeliverable. We're trying to figure out the best way and just good processes for correcting mail addresses that are wrong in our system and following up with folks, and also encouraging them, as we would with everyone, to sign up for e-notices whereby people can receive alerts and the notices and bills themselves in an online digital format that's identical to the physical form that you would get in the mail. So it's a great service that we're offering right now. Also working with Treasurer Kaufman on a positive pay, which is a fraud prevention measure for all the checks that go out of the clerk's office. So I thank Treasurer Kaufman for initiating that, and my staff has been really excited to initiate that and getting us up into best practices for fraud prevention. And other than that, our liaison from the Lieutenant Governor's office is going to come through next week, next Friday. So I was looking forward to meeting with Shelley, and we did have a call this week with the Lieutenant Governor's office to discuss the new signature audit procedures for the signatures that are on the ballot envelopes, and the new legislation that's passed that will that requires us to do those signature audits actually before we tabulate the ballots, which is different. We had done that as part of the overall audit process that happens post-election. So interesting change. Always, we have manageable scale here in Grand, so it's not, these types of changes aren't always quite as jarring as they are for some other counties, but it's interesting nonetheless to be involved. That's all.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Gabe. Steven.
We had the opportunity to interview for the Grand County Attorney's Office yesterday with a gentleman by the name of Eddie Cervantes. The name may sound familiar because he's part of the county, but we extended an offer to him, and he's likely coming back to the area in September to move his family back to Moab because they missed it so much. So that's an exciting development. Separately from that, our office has been attending meetings with law enforcement, including the Sheriff's Department, and things are moving along in my office. Otherwise, we're just trying to keep up with everything. So if you guys have anything you need from us, let me know. Thank you.
Great. And it doesn't look like the sheriff is on Zoom. I don't think. Okay. All right. We'll move on to our Commission Administrator report. Mallory, do you have anything for us today?
Yes, first, I would like to, I do not want to, but I'm going to start with bad news. Josh Green, our code enforcement officer, has been stolen and will be going to Gwissa. So Friday is his last day at the county.
Oh, that's a bummer.
It's Josh has been great.
Very good.
he contributes a lot, including just his personality. So I did tell him that he should pass it on to Quissa, that we will be looking to take him back. So just a huge thank you to Josh for all that he's done. And then the only other thing really of interest is I've started working with Carly at the city, and we're starting to look at different agreements we have and kind of our cost sharing situation on a number of things. And it's just interesting historically, because there's a lot of things over the years that have changed, or, with different administration, it's kind of fallen to the side, or we weren't aware of it. So I think it's nothing else, just helpful to kind of see everything we have in place. So I imagine that will also at some point trigger or tie into other agreements that come before you all. I think that's it.
All right, thanks. And Quinn is blissfully enjoying vacation. He'll be back next week. All right, we are finished with general reports, and we're moving along quickly today. We're on to our general business action items. Discussion and consideration of, we'll start with item number 1 on our agenda, independent contractor agreement with Crux Academy. And is Maddie presenting on Zoom? Or
I'm presenting.
You're presenting, Mallory. Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, I apologize. Part of this will truly just be reading off of the agenda summary, but I have some surprise content at the end. So this is a partner project between economic development and trails. And they will be creating an inspiring media and education campaign to educate frontline tourism workforce folks, and also just increase the quantity of visitor education to the Moab area on different responsible recreation best practices. It will include educating public facing or customer. I'm repeating that, I apologize. Get to the good part. So this contract will deliver 6 videos on the platform, and that will include a quiz that should be up and running late this fall. And it will also include setting up or making 7 more videos. And then they will be working with those 2 departments to determine what changes need to be made to hit the target audiences. And so that would move past just public facing employees and seeing if there's other industries or employers that might be interested. So this is for $48,000. Will include a number of things, and it will also utilize Mark Finley and the work that he's done for the county already with videos. And
Right, which has been extensive. He's done a lot of the Sandflats videos as well as the educational videos that we've been posting for the last at least 5 years, probably.
yes, and I know others might have things to add in terms of the goal and what this has looked like going through trails, or not trails, sorry.
Responsible
recreation. But it's really just an education focused program that's taking videos we have now as well as some future ones and making it into visitor local education opportunity.
All right. Any questions for Mallory or comments, Mary?
I move to approve the independent contract agreement with Crux Academy.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, I got a motion from Commissioner McGann, a second from Commissioner Walker. Discussion. Anyone have anything? Yeah. Bill?
Yeah, I'd just like to question a little bit. Are we basically spending part of the budget of a future director of that department? And should this be something that maybe we hold off and let that new individual have some input on where and what that budget gets used for? And then I'm just wondering how much of the local business community have we reached out to? Once I saw this on the agenda, I reached out to a UTV group, 2 hotels and 2 coffee shops. And I get nothing but negative feedback on it. So I'm just wondering, we're imposing something on people's employees who are just trying to get by at this point with their jobs, and I'm wondering where the direction of this is really headed. What's the driver behind this?
I think the department is the active transportation and trails department, not the travel council. The
Economic,
economic, yeah. Right.
part of their budget.
Okay.
And
Well, I
they
mean, it still stands as the question still is out there in the public right now. I don't know if anybody else has reached out to them, but
Yeah,
My understanding of the program is that it's that businesses that choose to participate in this would get the seal of approval or whatever the little badge to stick in their window that says that they're participating in responsible recreation in Grant County, and they get the little sticker, and a portion of their employees would go through this, and this is really targeting people that have short interactions with visitors, and so that it's everyone's kind of aligned on similar sort of messaging. So it's not really intended, I believe, for rental companies, ATV tours, those sort of things where folks have a more extended time with them. This is something that went out for bid, and it's not the first time that we've heard about it. So even though there's a change in staff, I don't think that we should slam the brakes on a project that's been coming down the pipe that we've heard about for a while. And I think that, whoever does, it is a joint project, and whoever comes in to the economic development department will, kind of pick up a lot of projects that are in motion. So I don't think we should slam the brakes on the work there. And I think a lot of this is really piggybacking on the work that Finley has already done, that we've already invested in. And it's just another avenue to getting that messaging out to visitors. Kevin?
yeah, I was, I think Maddie in her presentation at was it the immediately previous meeting?
It was, yeah.
Did talk about this.
Yes.
It's,
She did.
I mean, it's part of a larger program to get more visitor education going, which I think is, pretty broad support, including support from a big variety of, tourism oriented business owners. Whenever we talk about this, it's one of the few things that we all seem to agree on this community is we'd like our visitors to be better educated. And this is part of that. As Evan pointed out, it's voluntary. And I think the point that Maddie was making is, like in our Trail Ambassador program, for example, that has a lot of high quality direct interaction with visitors, but we can only reach a very small fraction that way. And the number of visitors who cross paths with, staff is much larger. And so this is, it's the potential to be able to reach people at a much larger scale. So I strongly support this program. I think it's a good idea, and it's consistent with what we've been trying to do for the past few years.
Yeah, likewise, I support it too. I think any attempt at visitor outreach, I think, is good. It's all in a positive light. In my experience, at my shop, I think most visitors actually react really positively to this kind of thing, and enjoy seeing that we like to be stewards of our lands, and a lot of them don't want to do the wrong thing. They're looking for guidance or education on stuff like this. Also, as far as businesses goes, it is absolutely voluntary, and no one's going to highlight businesses that aren't part of the program for sure. It shouldn't be onerous in that sense. So and this has been in the works for a while. So I'm generally supportive of this. Mary?
Yes, this has been discussed not only here, but it's been discussed at economic development meetings and the travel council. And we have many businesses on those boards, plus we have representatives we have Lacey from the Chamber of Commerce. And we've never received anything that anyone with some, that people that are interfacing and have employees and work in the tourist industry. So, Because we've been talking about it for a long time.
In the films of Mark Finley, I know Andrea's had him do quite a few films for Sandflats, and I think she's been very appreciative of the work that he's done and feels that it's been a positive influence on visitors up there over the last at least 5 years. I think it even goes back a little bit longer, and I think Mark is very familiar with our landscape and our visitors, and does a really good job of keeping everything positive and hitting the highlights and important points for people. So yeah, Mike.
I'm all for, like the first point says, it says educate our frontline tourism workforce in the understanding and buy-in of responsible recreation. I would want that sticker on my own business. What are we doing to increase the want from businesses to have that sticker in their window? I understand that, but if there's any question about it, I want those businesses to want to get that sticker, to want to be part of the program.
I know they did start a pilot program where they had what Kevin, remember that we talked about that in a responsible rec meeting. There was maybe 6 businesses that Anna worked with and when she was starting to develop this program.
Yeah, I've forgotten. I mean, I think you're right, Mike, that it is important that businesses have an incentive to want to do this.
Right.
And I think, there's kind of a chicken and egg problem. We can't design a sticker if we don't have the educational program. So these things have to proceed in parallel. My guess is they haven't exactly settled it. It might just be, a little star you get to put on your logo, or it might be, extra mention on the, our website. So
Right.
I
Discover Moab website.
as I look, I would want more businesses to covet that.
Yes.
That feature. I mean, to drive that message. We all want, more responsible recreation. I just want buy-in to the.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also working with the businesses as far as time frame, I know from running a business, there's certain times of the year where you're absolutely not going to be able to educate your employees because everyone's running at 100%. And it's just go. But there are slower times of the year where it is relatively dead and people are kind of sitting around waiting for customers to show up. And those are good times where you could, your employee could pop online and look at a video and be like, that's interesting, and those frontline workers, your baristas and your waiters, et cetera, just get a little bit more education. It's a pretty interesting and cool idea. Yes, Bill.
Yeah, I just think we want to be real careful what we're pushing on to businesses here. I mean, some of these employees are struggling to just get through their day with what the load that they already have and then expecting to add something else. I'm all about educating people and I certainly want to protect the environment, but we just keep one more thing after another adding to what we're trying to do here. And we just got to be real careful with it. And do we have the buy-in of the Chamber of Commerce? I mean, I know Lacey might have been at the meeting, but have we really got them on board and behind this as well? I think that would be an important way, as Mike says, to get these businesses to want it, and they've got a better list of people to get that from.
All right, any other comment or discussion? All right, I have a motion by Mary and a second by Kevin. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And all opposed. And the motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Winfield in opposition. We'll move on to agenda item number 2, dedicating the airport operations building to William Bill Groff. And let's see, is Tammy online or will someone else be presenting that today?
I do not see Tammy.
Bill, I know you're on the airport board. How would you feel about maybe just reading the agenda summary or something like that?
Sure, glad to.
Great.
Let's see here. Not sure if I'm on the summary.
The resolution with the whereas
Would be
have some nice points.
for the resolution.
Perfect. Let's see, Bill Groff served for 15 years on the Grand County Airport Board, and Whereas Bill Groff served multiple terms as the airport board's chair and vice chair and manager, and donating hours of labor to the upkeep of the airport. And whereas Bill Groff was a helicopter pilot and a pilot for SkyWest, and whereas the airport staff and airport board desire to publicly recognize Mr. Groff's many contributions to the success of the Canyonlands Regional Airport and the airport board. So let's see, now therefore be it resolved that the Grand County Commission hereby consents to naming the operations building at the airport of 110 Aviation Way after William Bill Groff as a commemoration to his contributions, and authorizes the airport director and airport board to determine a proper display of the operations building. So it definitely has put in a lot of time, and even continues to advise and talk and spend time with those on the board and different people out there at the airport. He's still, somewhat involved, very good at donating his time towards that airport.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mike?
I move to adopt the resolution that will dedicate the airport operations building to William Bill Groff.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, motion, Commissioner McCurdy, and second from Commissioner Winfield. Any further discussion?
Wow, looks nice too.
It does look nice. Yeah. And and thanks, Bill, for all this effort out at the airport. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously, 6-0. Let's see, we're on to item number 3, discussion of possible action on ordinance to amend LUC Land Use Code Article 4.4 Planned Unit Development. Elisa Martin from Planning and Zoning is joining us on Zoom. Welcome, Elisa.
Thank you, Jacques. Good to see you all. Okay, so this is our planned unit development density bonus incentive land use code amendment. The purpose of this amendment is to improve upon the existing affordable housing incentive offered in the planned unit development section of the land use code, and to also provide an alternate workforce housing incentive based on the provision of housing restricted for ownership and occupancy by actively employed households, as opposed to income restricted. The public hearing for this land use code amendment opened at the previous commission meeting on July 18th. The discussion at that meeting centered on the rationale for the numbers used in the formulas for each incentive. Staff explained that the formula is based on the original affordable housing incentive, and the numbers are just adjusted slightly to increase the density bonus within reason, so as not to overly burden existing residential neighborhoods where these may be proposed. Staff was directed to revisit the numbers in the draft code amendment to ensure that there was enough distinction between the two incentives that would account for the different levels of difficulty in providing income restricted housing versus workforce restricted housing. Slight modifications were made to the draft code to provide differentiation between the incentives as indicated within the text that has been striked through. And I was going to actually share my screen at some point, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
So it's important to note that a PUD density bonus may only be applied for in the MFR, SLR, and LLR zoning districts, which is a limited area within the county. I can share that with you just to see. Well, looks like I'm not able to share. I don't know if that's going to be possible. Anyway. So there are, a handful of multifamily residential zoned parcels in the county. There's not a whole lot, but the one area where this could be requested, I could see possibly out on Resource Boulevard. There's some MFR district parcels out there that make up quite a bit of land. So that could be an area to look at. But we are looking into how those MFR districts were previously approved. Staff is currently investigating the history of those, because there is a chance that if they were approved with a density bonus or some kind of a development agreement that already required them to provide housing, affordable housing then they would be exempt from being able to apply for a PUD density bonus as well. So that was something that Commissioner Walker had brought up last time around, and so far we haven't really had a lot of success in finding the approvals for those districts, but we're going to keep looking, and rest assured that we wouldn't process a PUD if one of those zones was found to be approved with a previous density bonus. Let's see. Okay, here we go.
You should be able to share your screen now.
Thank you. So, yeah, so this is the area I was talking about right here with the Resource Boulevard MFR zoning districts there. And let's see. There's a couple, like, there's this area out here near the golf course where there's one kind of random isolated MFR zoning district out here, which we cannot so far find how that was adopted. So yeah, something that we're just cognizant of and we'll be tracking for sure. Also, once the future land use plan is adopted, that will be establishing the new MFR density bonus incentives if that goes through and as planned. So that would be, let's see, I'm going to stop sharing this. Something that at that point we would want to go back and revisit the PUD density bonus and either adjust it or even remove it altogether if it was deemed redundant. So on June 12th, 2023, the Planning Commission considered the Land Use Code Amendment to revise the PUD section at a public hearing and voted unanimously to send a favorable recommendation to the Commission to approve the ordinance. And I'm just going to share my screen with the actual amended section of code. So you can see these are the minor changes that we made since the public hearing was open, just to try to differentiate between these two density bonuses. Yeah. I can answer any questions about the changes or kind of the rationale behind how we came up with these numbers, but that's really all I have for my staff report. Do you have any questions?
Great. We did have a discussion on this topic at our last meeting also. Any questions for Lisa?
So, yeah, just Lisa mentioned this a little bit, but I guess I am a little puzzled by MFR being included in this, because I guess my reading of the code is that in most places we have these sort of eligibility polygons for the MFR zone. And then if it gets designated, the code says there has to be a master plan and we get to impose conditions. It's kind of like a early version of HDHO. And in particular, I think it already has the density bonus built in, and we're allowed to impose those conditions. So in that sense, adding the PUD on top of that just seems kind of redundant. We should be taking one route or the other. Elisa did point out that we do have these weird polygons, which no one knows the history of, that somehow got designated as MFR, but they don't have the accompanying master plan. And I guess it's an interesting question, what their stat, but my reading of the code is they can't develop there until they get an approved master plan. Anyway, I think all of it might not make much difference because there isn't very much MFR, but to me, it would make more sense to strike that line and just have this focus on SLR and large lot residential, which are districts that don't already have a built-in density bonus. So.
Yeah. So what you're talking about, Kevin, is this is the old MFR overlay area, and this does cover that area that I talked about with the parcels that are near Resource Boulevard. It doesn't include the parcel over by the golf course. But I guess, yeah, what we were trying to figure out is whether or not, though, this section of the code was in existence when those MFR districts were approved or adopted. Which would have required a master plan, like you're saying, and it says conditions of approval for MFR district development intended and approved for affordable housing purposes shall comply with the requirements of section 6.14 affordable housing. So I guess, yeah, that we do want to make sure that we don't, provide like a double density bonus. We would never do that. So I guess maybe we could include language in the section of code that would basically give an exception to these areas that might have been approved with a previous master plan. I mean, or we could, if you would like to take out the MFR completely, that's an option too.
Anyone have a opinion on that or care to make a comment?
I'll make a comment. I think we're never going to get anywhere with housing if we don't continue to incentivize.
Yeah, I certainly agree that we should be doing incentives, but I just think there's some internal inconsistency in the approach incentives just for the MFR zone here. So my inclination will be to strike the MFR part, revisit it later once maybe we've got a better understanding of the status of these sort of legacy MFR polygons that we have in our zoning map.
Those ones that you showed are the only MFRs that exist?
For the as far as what's been or what is still undeveloped, yeah.
Gotcha.
There's really no other MFR parcels that don't have development.
And my understanding also, Lisa, is that going forward, we're planning on revising our zoning and land use code pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
And you've been working on some sort of more modern MFR type zones that would be more similar to our HDHO with, specific percentages about how much workforce or affordable housing is
that's right.
required. And I think once those are in place, then we can get rid of this sort of, the old fashioned, less successful MFR zones. Does that agree with your understanding?
Yeah, exactly. That would be part of the future land use plan. And
and so I think that's the second reason not to clutter up the code with, it's just we've got these weird polygons on the map and we're not quite sure what their status is. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand that logic. I don't know if you guys want to do like a straw poll and we can go back or you could approve the land use code amendment with that revision, I suppose.
Or Kevin, if you want to just make a motion and strike the MFR in your motion, I suppose that would work.
Yeah, I suppose
we can do it either way.
That would be simple.
Okay, I mean, someone can amend it. One way or another, we'll get to what the majority of us want to do. So let me just find the motion. I move to approve the ordinance to amend land use code section 4.4 planned unit development overlay with revisions to the affordable housing density bonus incentive and addition of a workforce housing density bonus incentive with the following amendments, relative to what's in the packet, to strike the parts that apply to the MFR zone.
Maintain everything else as
maintaining for the large lot residential and small lot residential zones.
Thanks, Kevin. Motion on the table. Anyone care to second that? All right. Motion from Kevin and a second by Mary. If anyone's uncomfortable with that, they could, like Kevin suggested, make a motion to amend the original motion to include those MFR or something else. Bill?
Yeah, sorry, Mary. Are we negatively impacting any of these properties by what we're doing here? I mean, I'm not totally clear.
It would just those MFR properties would just stay as they are currently, correct? It wouldn't be a negative impact.
Yeah, so those are the current density for MFR in our current zoning code is 8 units per acre. So these would just not be able to apply for any kind of increased density incentive for workforce housing. Currently, if it is found that those parcels were bound to a master plan that would have required them to provide affordable housing per section 6.14, then they would do that. But essentially, they wouldn't be given the option to apply for a PUD for the workforce housing incentive for increase beyond 8 units per acre.
Yeah. And I also want to say, I'm certainly open to revisiting it for MFR once we better understand their status and the fact that they don't have a master plan, even though the code says they can't get that zone without a master plan. It's just right. So once we sort that out, I'm happy to look at it again.
Thank you. Mary, did you still want to make a comment?
I was just going to say, I think it's always best if we clear things up, and because when there's that muddy water is when things get confusing and people get frustrated.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, I did have a small comment. I didn't want to clutter the motion up, but there's at least one place in the ordinance, I think it's 411B, talking about the purpose, and it says, provide density-based incentives for affordable housing and open space. And I guess we should throw workforce housing in there.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
You are correct. I'll put that in there for sure.
Okay.
Thank you for pitching.
Right. Does that require a change in the motion?
If we're amending the ordinance, then we would have to have it in the.
Okay, yeah. So I guess I'll ask the chair if I can sort of make a friendly amendment, just so we don't have to vote on it. Maybe I'll.
That's fine with me. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, thank you. All right. Anyone else have a comment before we call for a vote? All right, I'll call for a vote on the motion. The motion was made by Commissioner Walker and seconded by Commissioner McGann. All in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Thank you.
And I think Stephen's right. I should have, in hindsight, I should have included the minor amendment in my motion as well. So sorry to complicate things. So.
You captured it.
Great, thank you. Thanks. Okay. Thank you all. And let's see, we will move on to agenda item number 4, resolution final plat, Spanish Valley Estates, phase 3, lot 17 and 18 amended, parcel number S02-0SSP-0018 and 02-0SSP-00717. And this is either Jenna or back to Elisa.
Hi, this is Jenna here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Jenna. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'll be down in chambers shortly, but I thought I could present this fairly straightforward application right from my desk. So if I could, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so you can get a look at the plat while I present. Great. All right, so this application is, excuse me one second, is requesting approval of a plat amendment proposing a lot line adjustment between 2 parcels located in Spanish Valley Estates, phase 3 subdivision. The plat amendment consists of 2 parcels that are part of the 8-lot Spanish Valley Estates phase 3 subdivision that was approved in December of 1993 within a rural residential zoning district. Phase 1 of the Spanish Valley Estates subdivision was approved on May 18th, 1992. And subsequently, Phase 2 was approved on March 18th, 1993. The request for a lot line adjustment is submitted for the purpose of rectifying an existing fence that encroaches over the parcel boundary. This plat amendment proposes no significant change in the intent of the subdivision, as both lots will remain single-family dwellings. Lot 17 measures 1 acre and lot 18 measures 1.37 acres, and the parcel sizes will have no net change as a result of this action, both still compliant with the land use code standards. No roadway improvements are required and no additional site improvements are needed as well. The proposed plat amendment is in conformance with the Land Use Code Article 5 lot design standards by maintaining the required side yard setbacks for both lots and maintaining the minimum 1 acre lot size for the rural residential zoning districts. The proposed plat amendment is in accordance with all Land Use Code requirements, Article 9, Administration and Procedures, Final Plats, Section 9.5 and 9.8 plat amendments. The final plat for Spanish Valley Estates Phase 3 is consistent with the requirements set forth in the Grand County Land Use Code, and as such, Grand County staff would recommend approval. I'm here to answer any questions if you like.
All right, thanks, Jenna. Kevin?
I move to approve the findings of fact set forth in the staff report dated May 23rd, 2023, and the proposed resolution approving the final plat of Spanish Valley Estates Phase 3, lots 17 and 18 amended.
Thanks, Kevin. And all right. So I have a motion by Commissioner Walker and a second by Commissioner Winfield. This looks pretty straightforward. Just looks like just moving the property line to come into compliance with where the fence line is currently. Any further discussion?
Is the request amenable to the applicants of both sides of the fence?
Yes, it is. Both will have to sign the plat, so yes.
Great. Yeah. All right, call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Thank you, Jenna.
Thank you.
Moving on to agenda item number 5, voluntary appointment to the Arches Special Service District. Commissioner Winfield, who is the commission liaison to that, or commission member of that district.
Right, so we're currently out of compliance. Mr. Paxman here is out of the country, and so we, in order to make it to where we can have somebody here, he's nominated his son. I believe you have to either be a property owner or reside on the residence, so he qualifies for that. And then Nathan Taylor's term had expired, so we're just renewing his term as well. And we will do that if approved by the commission here at the next meeting that we hold. It's just to get us back into compliance.
Great. Thank you. Do you want to make a motion, Bill? Or?
I move to approve the appointment of Rory Paxman, term expiring 12/31/2024, and Nathan Taylor, term expiring 12/31/2026 to the Arches Special Service District.
Thanks. Okay. Motion Commissioner Winfield and second Commissioner McCurdy. Any further discussion?
With the idea of being property owners or residents, is there some clause that allows Nathan Taylor to serve?
There is, I believe the clause is an administrator or representative of the property.
Okay.
Yes, and back in 2020, I think Christina and Chris worked on updating that resolution. That's an attachment in the packet, just to speak to that exception for the qualification, and did verify was, and Dana also pulled the property boundary map and looked through and got the go ahead on that end. So it should be up to snuff.
I remembered it being an issue when he first was appointed, so it seemed like a stopgap measure at the time, but I'm glad to see it's all sort of T's or crossed and I's about it.
All right. Anything else on this? Call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands, and that passes unanimously. All right, we've come to the end of our general business action items. We'll move on to our consent agenda. Our consent agenda today consists of approval of meeting minutes from our July 18th meeting. Also, ratification of payment of bills, county bills, in the amount of $1,134,399.23. County payroll in the amount of $393,000,966.26 for a total bills and payroll of $1,528,365.49. Also, we're also ratifying a letter to UDOT regarding Highway 128 bike path, modification of grant agreement with U.S. Forest Service and Grant County Sheriff's Office, as well as the Moab Uranium Mill Tailing Remediation Action Project 2023 Statement of Continued Compliance, which Mary referenced during her reports. Mike? You want to make a motion? You
I
can,
move to accept the agenda, the consent agenda as read.
thank you. All right, I have a motion on the table from Commissioner McGann and a second from Commissioner Winfield. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Call for a vote. All those in favor of approval, raise your hands, and that passes unanimously. We are on to our discussion item, which is to discuss revisions to Land Use Code Article 4.7, HDHO and the rules and regulations. And we are back to Elisa on Zoom.
Hi there. Thank you, Jacques. Okay, so I will share my screen here. So these proposed revisions came about after overwhelming concern from members of the public and members of the Planning Commission regarding the ability for the HDHO program to succeed in providing housing for our local workforce. After several public workshops, we've narrowed down the most pertinent revisions that had consensus. It was important to the Commission to ensure that original intent of the program does not get lost in these changes. So that was something we've been taking into consideration along the way as we've developed the land use code changes and had discussions at Planning Commission. We did discuss the proposed revisions at our last Planning Commission meeting and received some valuable feedback from that body. The staff report outlines some options that the Planning Commission posed regarding the self-employed eligibility requirement, a topic that the Commission had not yet reached consensus on. So staff has drafted a red line copy of the HDHO section 4.7 to be amended, as well as the draft revised HDHO rules and regulations to incorporate the modifications. We would be bringing this land use code amendment to a PC public hearing, and pending legal review, it would be a public hearing at County Commission probably in September at the earliest. So going through some of these changes, I'll actually switch to sharing my the staff report. It will probably be better to go through these changes. So just to kind of recap the revisions that we did have consensus on moving forward that are incorporated in the draft red line section is the removal of the requirement for developer investor to be who is building the project to be qualified as a actively employed household, expanding eligibility for actively employed to the 84532 zip code, removing ownership restrictions for multifamily apartment developments where units are not sold individually but are rented. Those units would remain restricted for occupancy, but the developer, owner, manager of the apartment complex would not have to be qualified as AEH. And then requiring that the developer disclose sale price of both the restricted and non-restricted units for the purpose of tracking the program's success. So discussed at the Planning Commission meeting, we had quite a lively discussion on the eligibility requirement for self-employed workers. And these were some of the options that were brought up as possibilities to move forward with. So reducing that requirement that the local clients should be 50% with a proof of 3 years of residency in Grand County or the 84532 zip code. And then the other option would be going down to 25% with proof of 5 years of residency, or simply removing the requirement altogether that you would have to prove that you serve a certain percentage of local clients, but maintaining the requirement there to provide proof of residency for 5 years. So that is reflected in the draft code. Sorry, that's not. Are you guys seeing the land use code section?
Yeah, it's really small.
Yeah, can't read it.
Yeah, and we don't have that in the packet, right?
Yeah.
That's correct. You said it was really small.
Oh, extremely.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, let me see if I can get it. Zoom
You
in.
can either magnify it or make your window narrower.
Or hide comments also would make it bigger too.
Oh, right. Let's see. Oh, there's a way to zoom in. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Okay. Sorry. Is that better?
Oh, yeah, it bring it in quite a bit more
Okay.
if possible.
Okay. Is that any better for you guys?
That's
a lot
better.
better. Very good.
Okay. So let's see. So the main section that we're amending is the definitions section for active employment households when it comes to some of these eligibility requirements. So right here, this would cover the expanding to the 84532 zip code. And then this is the self-employed requirement right here. And so I put in, the 3 different options that you guys would probably want to have maybe a straw poll to get some guidance on which of these would be have consensus to go forward. And then that really kind of covers it for the section of code.
Could you scroll back up for a moment?
Yeah.
So there's also something struck there about a 50%
Oh,
requirement.
yes, this here, yeah.
That's not something I recall seeing on the list of
Right.
revisions.
That is true. So this was something that I have in my notes in the comments just to propose, because we didn't discuss this quite a lot, but at the Planning Commission, there was a consensus that this might be too restrictive. And this comment actually came from Caitlin from the Land Trust, where they have this same requirement, but it's actually only one adult that would need to meet the actively employed household eligibility criteria, versus when you have an unrelated individuals living together in a household, then it goes to 50%. That, according to some of the public comments, just seemed too restrictive and not necessary.
Go ahead, Stephen.
So the clarification on that is if, say, those units are 4 bedrooms, if one person's in there, then they qualify, just one adult, and that's sufficient. They could have as many individuals there. That's what it'd be carving it down. And then that means that they could essentially have 8 people in a household, and just one would consider the whole house actively employed.
Right.
Yeah, and I think there are households like that in the county, so this does seem like a significant change. I'm not sure. I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
And I think the other caveat is it's unrelated. I mean, if there was a family that had 2 adults and 6 kids, sure, that makes sense, but unrelated.
Right, where they're unrelated. Yeah. I want to probably clarify with Caitlin, because it's possible that what she was really trying to convey was that the requirement would pertain to the ownership, not necessarily occupancy. But I think that the occupancy would still need to be qualified as AEH. I'll have to clarify this, but I'll take it out for now and I'll just make a note of it. If that's kind of where we want to go.
Also, I guess just to make a procedural point, I thought that was one of the things that we discussed earlier at a workshop, and it did not make it onto the short list of revisions. So I'm sort of surprised to see it slipping back in.
Yeah, I think it was just because there was some misunderstanding about what this requirement actually meant. And I think it was just kind of confusing. So at the Planning Commission meeting, we discussed it quite a bit. And I think there was just general consensus that it seemed to not make sense to keep it this way. But yeah, I think there is further clarification that is needed. So. Okay, thank you for that feedback. Let's see, are there any other questions or concerns on? There's not a whole lot of changes on this 4.7 section. Or do you want?
And then I guess on item 3, that seems to have one of the changes that, again, was like you presented some options in the previous document. I guess I'm just trying to keep track of what kinds of things we've had straw polls on and have given thumbs up to, and which we haven't.
Yeah, the
And this seems to be a mixture of ones we have approved and ones we haven't.
The self-employed requirement, we did not reach consensus on. It was pretty split at the last workshop that we had. So when we went to Planning Commission to discuss it, these are some of the options that they came up with and wanted to pose to the commission for guidance on.
So are you hoping that we should discuss those now and try to give some direction? Is that the next?
I think it would be, yeah, it would be great to have some input on whether or not these are something you'd even want to consider, or if you'd rather just not change this section at all and leave it as it is.
Is it right now? 75%?
I believe it's 75, right? Yeah.
Yeah, 75%. That's
So I think it's currently written, we don't, no part of the HDHO refers to length of residency in Grant County.
Right.
That's not something that the current version attempts to take into account.
So this is if somebody is self-employed, has a business that works with folks out of county, if they've established a residency here for a long time, kind of put themselves as part of the community, then they'd be given.
And I think in our previous discussions, there was quite a bit of discussion about, one way to kind of split the difference on some of these things is to put in a length of residency requirement.
Right.
And I don't think we ever reached consensus, but so we didn't rule that out and we didn't give it a thumbs up either. It's still sort of on the table.
That's right. Yeah. So what is Mary?
Well, I think it would be onerous on who's ever managing this to make sure that 50% or 25% of their clients are in town. And then if it's somebody that's working in anything that has to do with legalities or privacy, it just seems difficult. So I'm leaning towards proof of 5 years of residency, because I think just the paperwork of figuring out to 25%, 50%. I mean, if they're working out of their home, they're working out of their home and they're living in the community and they're providing, they're being part of the community. If they've been here for 5 years, they're probably pretty dedicated to staying here. And so, in my opinion, I think that's the cleanest and the easiest way to do it.
In residency, so they'd have been a full-time resident of Grant County for
5 years,
5 years.
and not worry about who their clients are.
I still worry about the competition piece with this. I think that the whole program was to, try to provide workers to local businesses. And so when somebody is self-employed and, their clients are paying Manhattan rates or whatever, that's not really helping the coffee shops on Main Street find dishwashers that can afford to live here or the like. So when this came up before, I was not in favor of loosening this restriction, and that's still kind of where I am with it.
Yeah, I find myself kind of on the fence on this one. I think Evan definitely makes some good points, but I think Mary does too. I appreciate your point about making it cleaner by not having to count percentage of clients, which seems like a pretty iffy business. Yeah, I mean, I do think there's, on the one hand, we think of people we know in this community who, are in need of housing, and some of them don't fit the, the stricter criteria that the original version of this had. And so there's a, desire to broaden it, but, yeah, I don't know. I think, both arguments carry some weight with me.
Do you want to make a comment, Sue?
Just a comment for the commission. Residency is one of those things that's exceptionally hard for us to prove. It is based a lot in intent. And so whatever we do on establishing some rules, we need to make it clear on what we're expecting them to prove to whoever's vetting the individuals going through. Because there's a lot of different ways to look at residency. There's a different way for voting. You can go off to college and have the desire to be a resident of Grand County and be able to vote in the elections, and the same thing. So it's a really, really sticky area of law. So if that's the route that the commission wants to go, more parameters for whoever is viewing this is going to be helpful for them enforcing it. That's the only point I thought I'd throw out there for you guys.
So maybe a way of rephrasing that is we shouldn't approve or disapprove of this until we have a more precise idea of how we're going to verify residency.
Residency is just a nightmare because one person can say, well, I've gone there for every summer since I was a kid. And maybe I worked during the summers, but I went to college. I mean, where do we cut the line? So if we have kids that leave here and say they go to USU for 5 years to college, are they residents or are they not? So yeah. I would like that if we can get that tightened as much as possible, then it's going to make whoever's vetting this, their life easier.
You're absolutely right. We did go so as far as to start to define what residency would be at the Planning Commission discussions. And I think one of the things that we were looking at including in that definition would be some kind of proof of a lease that they've had, proving that they've rented a home or, basically lived in Grand County, not just kind of in and out visiting. So that was one of the things, but you're right. We would have to definitely define residency within the code and work that out.
And prior versions of this didn't have any mention of previous residency, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm fine with not introducing that idea now.
But the current one does read that it's 75% local clients. So currently you'd still have to prove up that you have significant local clientele.
Yeah, but there's no kind of or residency or whatever currently.
Right. Yeah, the one example that we were provided by HASU where this was problematic was somebody that had their clients. They were basically providing like a therapy online, and the HIPAA regulations prohibited them from sharing their clients' information in terms of where they lived. So that was something that she wouldn't have been able to provide that list of clients. So
I mean, honestly, I'm fine with removing the idea of a remote worker in general and keeping it to local workforce.
I think I'm with Mary on this one, as long as we can prove up residency. I think the thing that brought this up, there was a case, I don't know if it's the same case you were just referencing, Elisa, but there was somebody who had applied and checked all the boxes, and they'd have been a great candidate, and they couldn't, they had been a resident for over 5 years, and they were a strong part of the local community, and they did work remotely, and they didn't have clientele that hit 75%. I think it was below 50%, but that was one that kind of fell through the cracks. And I think it was unfortunate that that individual didn't get an HDHO. So I think this could go towards remedying that. And 5 years commitment to a community. I mean, that's I think it shows a significant investment in the community.
I think the point though is that we don't have a shortage of people wanting to live here. Like, I think we can come up with people that want to live here anytime we want. We have a shortage of workers that are able to afford to live here and support the businesses that drive our economy. And so the self-employed remote worker isn't necessarily the person that I'm trying to put on the top of the list for finding solutions for them to be here. That's not to say that they're not great members of the community and that we don't all love their energy and having them around, but I'm more more worried about opening cracks after seeing the pandemic and people that can suddenly work remotely and come from wherever, snatching up available housing. And so I think the trade that we made with creating these higher densities was to try to prop up our workforce that was being displaced by remote workers, honestly.
Steve, to complicate the matter further, sorry, but you could look at restrictions on income caps. I mean, there are ways that you could try to structure this in a way that you
you're totally right, but that was exactly what we were trying to avoid at the beginning by putting a definition on who is a local worker. And so I think, that way the market would drive to what local workers can afford. And I think the remote worker here is getting out on the fringe of what a local worker is and who this workforce housing project was aiming to support. I think if, we have we just were dealing with another agenda item here that does have income limits listed in it. So this is another option, another tool in the toolbox.
Kevin?
So I just want to make 2 points, one agreeing with Evan, one disagreeing with Evan's point of view. So in agreeing with, Jacques raised the point that, you could think of an example of someone who we kind of wish this program could have helped, but they didn't. But, because reality is so complex, any sort of finite length of rules is going to have people who fall on the wrong side of the dividing line. And so that's just unavoidable. And so I think the fact that sometimes these rules give an answer that we don't agree with is not a reason, not by itself a reason to completely change the rules, because I think that will create problems on the other side of the dividing line. Sort of not in support of Evan. I do think, we, at least I've been told that at least some former incarnation of our own economic development project was encouraging local high school kids to get online work. It's just a way of, if you don't want to work in a hotel in the tourism industry, it kind of broadens your horizons a little bit. And these are not high paying jobs, so just because you're a remote worker does not mean you're highly paid. And one thing we've been struggling with is, some remote workers are very highly paid and we don't want them competing. And some remote workers are very much part of this community and are not highly paid. And so I think just putting an income cap to it is a very straightforward way of making that distinction. We've got other classes of housing where we have to determine income. So that's not a new crazy ingredient. We already know how to do that. So I don't agree that would somehow muck the whole thing up. It's if in some cases we had to check income. So.
Anyone else have any comment on this, Bill?
Yeah, I like the idea. I think the simpler that we can make this and the sooner that we can start helping people get into these houses. I know I'm already on the record saying that 50 out of 300 that we're way behind where we should be, but simplifying this would certainly help that, I think.
So are you in favor of the no local clients baseline, but 5-year residency?
No, I think the income cap would resolve that, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Mary?
So I want to see if we're on the same page here. What is so what I'm thinking is that 5 years residency, but also proving that your income is similar to the income of the majority of people who work in Grand County. Is that what?
Okay, so that's a change from your original. So we're saying we don't care about the clients, 5 years residency plus some kind of income test. That's
so that like I hear Evan's concern. That there is really high paying jobs that they could move here. But then there are like high school students that could move, that want to stay here and could get a job. There's people that figure out their own, they're not all high paying is what I'm saying. So if we said, well, if you're a remote worker and you're earning the same amount that the average worker in Grand County is making, and you can figure that out, then I would be comfortable with that.
Mike?
I'm happy with the income cap. I'm happy with the full-time worker who is even self-employed. I understand the percentage would be very hard line to acquire, but I go even farther than 5 years. I go 3 years, and in that question, there's a question within that. Let's use my own son. Does residency count as residency count as living and working in the community while he's underage right now? Because he'll be looking for a house hopefully soon. I can only say that, but does that count? Is that going to? I mean, I love him to death, but how?
I think it's gonna, I mean, the way this has been discussed, I think it would count. I mean, I think the fear, you know, the thing that people like Evan and probably people like me as well are trying to avoid is, you know, us creating some subsidized housing and then people, you know, swoop in from outside and take it. And that's not what we intended. And so I think someone who born and raised here, went to Grant County High School, you know, that's not the person that we're trying to keep out of this housing. So I think that very much fits personally.
Okay. And I'm the other, just bringing it from 5 years to 3 years. If you're going to throw down 3 years worth of rent in Moab and then look for a house, that's commitment. I mean, current rental market is the same as owning a house in cost wise. So anytime shortening that time and making these houses more available is better in my eyes.
Thanks. It's been brought to my attention that the chair of our planning commission has her hand up on Zoom, so I would entertain her.
Yeah,
on this discussion right now. Yeah, Emily, you can have the floor.
Yeah, just a really quick comment. I don't want to add an opinion here. I just want to share at our, I was just looking it up, our June 26th meeting, when we discussed this, Laura Harris joined us, and I'm going to try and find the timestamp and I'll email it out. But we actually asked Laura her perspective on whether these HDHO developments were not coming online as fast due to lack of interest from the community in terms of being able to make these programs viable for developers, or if it was more that they were talking to developers and hearing that for various reasons, you know, costs and so on, that was really leading the slowdown. And Laura was pretty direct, and I would invite you to go and watch her comments so she can speak for herself on YouTube, but she was pretty assertive that it really is that by not having enough of a pool, it makes it very difficult in the current cost structure environment for developers to bring these programs online. And I share that, and unfortunately I know Trish isn't here to speak as well on that conversation, so that's why I wanted to come up and share that. You know, there is one of the themes in the planning commission discussions has been, well, if these can't come online at all, then the trade-off of competition and so on kind of becomes mute because there's nothing. And what is the balance of making these cost efficient so that they can come online so that we can serve the real demand we have, even if that means, you know, potentially playing with the edges. So again, wanted to just share that because I think it was very useful context in our eyes to understand what's actually happening in the market dynamics here, and that from their perspective, widening the pool would actually make it much more likely, even in small ways, much more likely to be able to provide this critical housing for the people who truly need it in our community. So hopefully that's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Emily. I appreciate it. Yes, Mary.
I like the 5-year. My husband and I have been renting long-term housing for some time now. And we've discovered that if people have been here 4 or 5 years, then they want to move out of our, because we keep our rent pretty reasonable. They want to move out of our home and buy. But many people with it prior to 5 years, they come here, they discover there's not a Walmart. They find that they don't like the climate. They might have committed to 2 years to work for a place. So I think 5 years is a good solid number to stick with.
So maybe we could just, you know, there's been a lot of discussion. Maybe we just have a straw poll first for the 5-year version, then a straw poll for the 3-year version. And I think that would, so, you know, okay.
All right, yeah, I'll go with that, Kevin. I think that's a good idea. So we're talking the 5-year version with no having to prove up any percentage of local clientele. But with a salary cap, measure it with.
Yeah, which to be determined.
To be determined, okay. All right, yeah, all those who like a 5-year residency requirement.
I mean, if you'd like the 3-year, you can also go for 5-year. It's
Right.
okay.
It can it can default back
You
to
want at
5 years.
least one of them to get a majority, so I think.
Yeah,
you guys
actually,
should
you know,
look at
that's
five.
that's good. But why don't I start with the 3-year? Who likes
just any residency report? Because our attorney said that that's going to be a headache to try to determine.
who would prefer a 3-year residency requirement? We got 2. All right, if not a 3-year, how about a 5-year? And I would assume Bill and Mike, would you go with the 5-year if the 3-year wasn't?
It's the only available.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Great. And then
So my interpretation of so Bill and Mike would like to make it 3 years, but if that's not possible, then there are 4 people who would like to see the 5-year thing. I'm not voting for the 5. I think Evan has the better arguments. And
not having a residency requirement, taking the residency requirement off the table completely.
So it didn't seem, it seems like there's a majority of the commission who would like to move, not me, but the rest of you guys.
Right,
move ahead
with the 5-year. Yeah.
Does the residency requirement include a salary cap or no?
Yes.
I think we did just establish that it would include a salary cap. Yes. Yep. Yeah. Thank you, Stephen.
But I do think before we actually vote on this, I think we're dumping some work in staff's lap. They need to define what residency means, and they need to come up with what the income cutoff is going to be.
Right. So those are 2, and potentially
one could imagine that it might eventually fail because defining residency is difficult or something. I don't know.
Okay. Right. Good points, Kevin. And what Elise, is that?
I was just thinking like one other alternative I could see is that if you wanted to get rid of the residency requirement altogether and simply include instead the salary cap, I feel like that would suffice in order to replace this 75% or more local clients. If you had just the salary cap and self-employed, it's one way to go about it, but
I don't think that works at all, because I think a lot of people are wealthy, but they don't have a big salary. If you've got a lot of money in the bank, that's not income. And so if we're worried about telecommuters coming in, which is happening all over the West, just having the salary cutoff isn't going to do it, I think.
Can I make a clarifying maybe question/comment? The other thing that the second provision permits is, say, for example, a self-employed attorney. A self-employed attorney would have clientele that would be here in the community, so they would fit in the second column, but not necessarily in the first column. Does that make sense as well? So I think they're different as well.
Okay, so you're saying maybe we should retain the 75% local clients without an income restriction? Is that?
I don't know. It depends what the commission would like.
Okay, but you're pointing out that we've actually cut some people out of the program.
Exactly.
With the
Well,
proposed
if you have
change.
self-employed individuals in this community that provide a service for certain clientele. And again, I don't know if that's the intent. This is active employment housing. So that's just another group where you have people that are making sufficient income, that are self-employed.
So what you're saying is that we could include, we could keep the 75% provision.
If that would be something that the commission wanted to do, you could do something like that. But I'm just giving you guys options. You guys make the call at the end of the day.
I just think that would be very difficult. And then your clients change all the time. Well, how often are they going to check on them?
Well, it's very difficult, but we've already done it with all the approved HDHOs, right? I mean, we're not retroactively changing.
It's already on
rules.
the table.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I personally would be fine with keeping that. I think since it's already there, we're used to it, I guess.
Well, I guess, we're not making a final decision. We're just trying to give direction to staff so that they can draft code. And so it seems like the things we want to be on the table are, this new pathway of 5 years plus an income restriction. And then we might or might not also want to keep the existing 75% thing because it applies, it'll be people who are very local but have a higher income.
Yeah.
And then if we end up deciding we don't want to make any of those changes, that's easy to do too, right? So, is that enough guidance, Elisa?
Yeah, I'm thinking now that it might be very helpful for us to check with HASU and actually find out how many folks have applied under this eligibility requirement, and if there are enough that this has actually been used, or if it's just not even being applied at all for any of the people that have qualified. Maybe they're all qualifying under these requirements, and this is, I think I'm kind of curious now to see what the kind of usefulness of this requirement is in practice, and maybe that would be helpful for our decision.
That would be.
I wouldn't want to strike any current eligible folks.
Oh, no, yeah, definitely not. Right.
Procedurally for the commission on their desire, do you guys want this to kind of be locked down now that it's just your guys' thoughts going forward, or do you want it to go back and have more input from other stakeholders? Because I think that's kind of been what we've doing. It's kind of a living document. Now it comes back to us and it has some changes. If you guys are looking to kind of move forward to finalizing this, you guys may want to just instruct staff to get you guys what the statements that you guys voted on the majority and kind of just keep it clean and keep it focused on that. Because each time it comes back, if it has input from others, we have to have the same discussion. And we can do that 100 times. It's your guys' prerogative. But at the end of the day, it seems sometimes like when we have these discussions, we kind of rehash old ground.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that's a good point, but I do think just defining residency, as you pointed out, is pretty tricky. And we haven't put much thought into all about how exactly that would work. And so I think at least on that narrow question, we're definitely looking for input from a variety of people. But maybe you're right. Maybe, except for that issue, we want to just, converge quickly on something we're going to pass and not keep introducing new ideas.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm comfortable personally keeping the 75% in there since it's already in there. And we've been working with that. I don't see any reason to strike that.
And I think finding out what HASU says is real good too. So that's good movement forward.
But to Steven's point, I think that we would like to reassure applicants and developers that this is broadening the pool. And so I think anytime we're kind of fiddling with it, it might give people cold feet. So I'm kind of more for, clean and simple and not giant tweaks here. I don't want to slow this down so much that people or projects are getting delayed and applications are getting delayed because there's this big question mark of, this small portion of the pool and how it's going to affect them. So I think if we are adding a residency piece that wasn't in there before, that it's worth getting it right, because I think it should be more than just a library card or something. But if that's going to delay things, it's just another reason in my mind to not introduce more complications.
Well, it's clear as mud, right?
You feel you have
But I think my understanding of the consensus is we want staff to generate ideas for what counts as residency. And we want to see see a draft ordinance that includes this 5 years plus income thing. I don't think we want to narrow it. So it seems like most people are in favor of keeping the existing 75% client thing in there and just not deleting any pathways, just adding one new pathway that overlaps.
I agree.
And then basically that's it.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yes, I agree.
I mean, I think if we're going to keep the 75% or more of local clients. I think that would not be, then you wouldn't want to keep the income cap. I think that would be narrowing it, wouldn't you think?
No, the income cap applies if you have fewer than 75%.
Oh, I see. Oh,
Yeah, so we,
It's an
Okay.
or statement.
right. And,
Got
or,
it.
yeah,
And if you flip the order, that might be helpful, perhaps, if they don't qualify for the first section.
got it. Okay, that
Putting
makes
that
sense.
floating
Yeah.
paragraph
Yeah,
above
that-
3.
Yeah, so I think the way to do it would just be to add number 4.
right,
You know,
that's,
basically leave 1, 2, and 3 unchanged and add number 4, which is similar to 3, but has an income cap instead of a number of clients.
And the income cap would just be at the time of purchase.
I would think so. I don't,
right.
Who's to say their business?
Well, I mean, we already deal with that with our affordable housing, right? I mean, so we've got a lot of established, there is quite a bit of income tested housing in the community. So we've got, I don't know exactly how they deal with people whose income changes, but they've got some rules, and I think we should just stick as close as we can to those.
Okay, I think I have some good direction here now, and so I'm gonna continue with the other changes that we're proposing in the rules and regulations if we want to move on.
Yes, please, that'd be great.
Okay. And then again, I will zoom in here for you. So this is the section that would make the most sense to amend in order to include the ownership exceptions. This is the language I've come up with so far, and this has not been through legal review, so changes might be made after the attorney's office has a chance to review this. But essentially, it's just saying that owners and managers of an HDHO multifamily apartment development would be exempt from being a qualified household, and then also developers of HDHO housing are exempt from being qualified household. And then just reiterating, though, that at the time of sale of individual lots and units shall remain restricted to qualified households. That is the only thing we have in here so far. I do still need to add some provisions regarding Laura's concerns with the notification to HASU when a property is sold. They're having some issues with not getting that information in a timely way. So we're gonna need to be including some kind of language in the rules and regulations that pertain to that, but I don't think it's going to be, it's not going to substantially change anything with the eligibility or qualified households. It's just more of a matter of administration and procedure. The other thing that I flagged here was just to keep looking into the requirements here that we do still have for when a property is foreclosed upon, that the HDHO still is required to remain in effect, and there is no essentially like no out for the bank to, for a unit to all of a sudden not be deed restricted for HDHO if they are not successful in selling it to a qualified household, which has been brought up by numerous folks back in public comments period that we had. And I think, that originally we decided that this didn't seem like a big issue, but as I was looking at it closer, I just wanted to verify again with some of the lending companies locally here that this is not going to be a problem. And just to make sure too that right now with the amount of units that have been sold, that if just to see, kind of do a quick check-in to see if those are qualified through the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac lending programs. So that's just something I'm kind of keeping in mind as we look at this. And then, yeah, I think that's it for the changes for the.
Lisa, is there a definition of multifamily unit in there somewhere? Like how many units that means?
No, I don't believe there is. Let me look in the HDHO section.
Because I think when we discussed it, there was the numbers like 4 or 5 units were thrown around.
Okay. Yeah, that could be something to look into. I think that the idea that I had here was incorporating this language here that says in which units are rented and not sold individually.
So would it apply to a duplex? I don't think that was the intent of the earlier conversation.
Okay, yeah, you're right. That's true. I think I did leave that out of this, so I can go back and incorporate that. I think it was, I'll look back in my notes. I think it was around 4 that we had put that threshold.
Okay. Yeah, whatever we said.
Okay. And we can add a definition in the 4.7 section for multifamily that just makes it really clear, because we have an entire definition section in there already. So yeah, does anybody have any questions on that change right there?
Everyone's okay with that? Yeah. Okay. Looks like we're all good with that, Lisa.
Okay. All right. So the only other change that we hadn't gotten consensus on from the commission was regarding the ADUs and whether or not an accessory dwelling unit should be restricted for occupancy by actively employed households. And we did discuss this at the Planning Commission again. One of the things that was brought up that I thought was very helpful to put everything into context regarding this topic is the fact that there really aren't a whole lot of HDHO units that actually could fit an accessory dwelling unit on the lot. So like, for instance, the Desert Soul HDHO they're all townhomes and there's no room for ADUs to be placed. The Viewgate Terrace, that's 120 multifamily units. There's obviously no room for ADUs there. So it's really only probably, I think there's about 50 roughly single family lots that could possibly have an ADU. But again, those lots are pretty tiny and I haven't done a full analysis of what, how many of those could actually fit an ADU. But this might actually be kind of a rare instance where people are trying to build an ADU on an HDHO restricted lot. I mean, I guess I'm kind of wondering from the commission if you think it's worth going to the trouble of having to qualify occupants of ADUs as well, because we do not currently have any kind of language in the code that says one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, back in the original HDHO discussion, there was a lot of discussion about ADUs, including this point that I think only the HDH5. I mean, if the lots are 1/5 of an acre, then they're large enough to have a ADU by the current version of county code. But if it's more, if it's 10 lots an acre, then it would not.
Yeah.
But one can imagine sometime in the future, the county might change that 5,000 square foot threshold for ADUs.
Mm-hmm.
So, personally, I think it creates a big loophole if you allow just completely unrestricted ADUs. And so I would be in favor of just, either a family member of the main house owner, or they qualify, independently.
Yeah, that was one of the things that the Planning Commission brought up, was a possibility of restricting the ADUs, but with the exception of family members not to have to be qualified.
Yeah.
Compromise, I guess.
Yeah, I'm certainly fond of family members. That's the traditional mother-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would, I could see almost thinking of it as like an additional bedroom. So with the, as it's written now, that, 50% have to qualify, that, if there was unrelated people living there, that if there were, sufficient numbers that met the eligibility requirement, then the other 50% could be what it is. But that's just my way.
I think if we grant all this additional density and 80% of the, structures are supposed to be for workforce housing, but then if every single lot gets to build an ADU, then that doubles the density beyond, what was on the sticker price, and now suddenly only half the units, under your, you've got one adult living in the ADU who's doesn't qualify at all, and a different adult, living in the main house. So to me, I think it creates pathways to results that we don't want, and I just don't see what's so difficult about, we're already putting these restrictions on lots of HDHO units. It seems to me very natural to also put them on the ADU, and the only exception I can think of is if the ADU is being used in that traditional way of having a family member there. So I guess I'm in favor of just that restriction.
Okay, I think for my purposes, would it be possible to get another straw poll on this so we could get some kind of a consensus? Because we have brought this up at the last couple workshops, and I don't think we've made progress on consensus.
Sure. No, that's a good point. Mike, did you have something to add before that? Okay.
I agree with Kevin on this. Family member or qualified member.
Qualified member. Let's, all right. So straw poll, everyone who is in favor of Kevin's idea on this one. So it looks like that wins, Elisa. That okay. We have unanimous consent on agreeing with Kevin on that one.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think that does it. I'm going to work on these changes. We can check back with the county commission mid-month and then get this all in legal review and then bring to public hearings. Probably would be at this point early September.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Elisa.
Yeah.
Continuing to move forward on that. Okay, so we are finished with our discussion. It is after 6. We have a regular citizens to be heard session at 6 o'clock. Again, this is just a regular citizens to be heard. If you're here to comment on one of the ADOs, those agenda items are coming up next. So we will get right to the ADO comment after this. So if anyone here in the chamber would like to come up and make a general comment, please come forward. Joe, please.
My comment is brief. I just wanted to let you know, if you haven't already heard, that CNN about every season when the census is done, they do an evaluation of communities. And category of 50,000 residents or less, Moab has made the chart and it says low precious city under 50,000. Wow. And you can Google it, it's posted. And if you watch CNN news tonight, and they talk about weather, guess what? Moab now is posted in the weather. And one of the reasons why we have reached such a high level is what all of you have been doing is making visitors feel welcome and resonates with the rest of the country.
Awesome. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Joe. I hadn't heard that. Anyone else here to make general public comment to the commission? Is there anyone on Zoom who is here to make a public comment?
Hi,
Hi.
can you hear me?
Yes.
So if I want to talk a little bit about Powerhouse Lane, is that something that has to be done in one of those hearings?
If it's about the ADO, then I would ask you to wait for the public till I open the public hearing on that particular ADO. Yes.
Okay, I mean, I guess I don't even know what an ADO is.
Yeah, no, that is the ADO project on Powerhouse Lane that you're referring to. So
The high density change in zoning.
alternative dwelling overlay.
Okay,
Right.
so I can't say anything now.
Yeah, if you, it would be better if you waited for your comments on when that particular item is opened up, and it'll be coming shortly.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else here? Last call for general public comment. All right, we'll move on to our public hearings then. And let's see, our first public hearing is a public hearing on ordinance to amend Article 5 of the Land Use Code to modify the project boundary buffer requirement. Elisa.
I'm here. Sorry, I just
Great.
got to get my screen up. Okay, so yeah, this is a new land use code amendment public hearing tonight. We did discuss it though at our last July 18th meeting, just briefly. And the basic intent here is that we wanted to clarify in this section of the code the difference between a smaller subdivision and a larger subdivision. Since the project boundary buffer really doesn't seem to, well, it actually prohibits in some cases infill development from occurring in the smaller zoned lots. So at the last meeting, there was some feedback from the commission, and we've taken that and incorporated it into the modified section of the code here. So I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it. If anybody has any questions, I'm just going to try to bring up that section of the code and share it with you all. The Planning Commission did forward a favorable recommendation to approve this change with the modification of, or the suggestion that it include a threshold of the project boundary buffer would still be required for subdivisions that are 20 lots or more, in order to still kind of provide that zone, that little transition zone between existing neighborhoods and a larger subdivision going in.
Everyone get a chance to read that? I read through it.
Yeah, so I guess I know we're not supposed to discuss the merits too much until the next meeting, but just try to understand the intent here. Like, am I reading it correctly? Like, so there's, say we've got two big undeveloped parcels, and then parcel A, someone puts in a 20 lot subdivision, maybe half acre lots, and then parcel B, someone puts in an almost identical 20 acre subdivision, also with half acre lots. I mean, in that case, I wouldn't think there's any need for a special buffer between them. I mean, the type of development is kind of exactly the same density on both sides with the same zoning. And on the other hand, I think if we had some very low density areas, and then right next door, someone put in just a 10 lot subdivision, but where the density increases quite a bit. I mean, it seems like that is the kind of thing that people had in mind with the existing code. So it seems like what people are trying to do is make it so that this doesn't apply in cases where it's a minor subdivision, and it just doesn't seem to make sense. But I'm just not, the thing that's in front of us now, I'm not sure actually does that. And I just wonder if when we're to talk about a change in density or something like that, whether that might be a better threshold rather than the number of lots in the subdivisions.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something we could discuss as an alternative. I guess the idea, the original discussion at the planning commission was that we were trying to figure out why this was in the land use code in the first place. And I think everybody was kind of presuming that it was in order to, just mitigate the impacts of subdivisions going in at all, anywhere. I hadn't thought about the transition between lower density zones, although I did originally think that like the natural pattern of development in a rural residential per se, or large lot residential, if you're just consistently putting in subdivisions within that same density, it shouldn't really matter, like you're saying, Kevin. So yeah, I think that is something we could look to modifying here and in just providing some language that maybe instead of the 20 or more lots threshold, that it would pertain more to subdivisions that were going in adjacent to a lower density zoning district.
Yeah, and I think another thing that I think I've seen in code for other cities is, if there is a transition of zones, and under certain circumstances, maybe the new subdivision has to use setbacks that apply on the other side of the property line.
That's interesting.
And then a final comment is the older version here, it did have something that I think was kind of innovative and a good idea, which is that the setback depended on building height. In other words, if it's 20 feet, but if you're building a 40-foot tall building, then the setback's 40 feet instead of 20 feet.
Yeah, and I
which
the reason I'm sorry, go ahead, you finish.
I was just going to say, to me that makes sense. I think when people worry, my understanding of the intent of the existing code section is, just people, getting upset when something right next door, suddenly there's all these buildings. But that depends on, as I remarked earlier, it depends on the density of the buildings going next door, but it also depends on height. And so I think making setbacks sensitive to that height, to me seems like a sensible way to address that. Rather than choosing a setback that's supposed to work both for 1-story buildings and for 3-story buildings.
Right. So I guess when we were thinking about this requirement, we were thinking that this might pertain to multifamily development that could get pretty high, but now I'm seeing too that even in large lot residential, you can have a 35-foot high structure. Oh, that's for the accessory. Oh, that's still principal too. Okay. So yeah, I mean, tying it to height could be something to consider for sure. The reason that this was not making sense to us in this section is because it pertains to subdivisions. Whereas when we're looking at subdivision applications, we don't know what the building height is going to be at that point. We're just looking at lots. So I almost think that this might, if we want to look at that requirement, it should probably be something where we provide a project boundary buffer at the time of maybe the building permit, or if it's a multifamily development, it would be a site plan review. But it doesn't make sense in this section, because at this point when they're applying for a subdivision, there's no discussion or requirement to provide what their building height is going to be. And a lot of times we won't know, because they might be just selling lots, and then a builder comes along and decides to build a 35-foot high structure. So yeah, I think that's the rationale behind removing that here, but we could think about adding that somewhere else in the lot design standards, for instance.
Right, so this is going to public hearing right now. Where does that leave us on this? We should open the public hearing, then we can make the changes when we bring it up next commission meeting as an action item, right? Okay. Okay. Then I will open the public hearing on ordinance to amend Article 5 of the Land Use Code to modify the project boundary buffer requirements right now. The public hearing will remain open until Wednesday the 9th, and we'll come back for consideration at our next meeting. Is there anyone here who would like to make comment on this ordinance right now? Anyone on Zoom? All right, it looks like not. Again, we will take public comment until 5 o'clock on Wednesday the 9th on this item, and we will then see it at our next commission meeting. Okay, so I have, for everyone's information, we have 5 ADO rezone public hearings in the order presented in the agenda. When we do a public hearing, I'll open the public hearing on this, and then I'll invite folks to come forward to make comment. Make comment about the particular rezone that you are concerned about or in favor of at that time. And when you make public comment, I will give you 3 minutes to make comment, introduce yourself, make your comment, 3 minutes, and then each one of these public hearings will be open as well until 5 o'clock on Wednesday the 9th, and you can make further comment to the commission during that open comment period. We will not vote on any of these items tonight. All these items will come back to the commission at our next meeting, and our votes will be informed by those comments, among other things. Is that clear to everybody? Great. Okay, I will start with agenda or public hearing item number 9, EDO rezone 3207 South Highway 191, parcel number 02-0021-0048. And Jenna.
Background location. Acre subject property is located within the preferred zoning district of highway commercial, bound by the KOA campground to the south, and vacant for residential property to the east, highway commercial property to the north, and highway 191 to the west. The subject parcel is currently vacant and owned by the Campgrounds of America, the same ownership as the KOA campground to the south. The development proposes 21 dwelling sites measuring roughly 1,000 square feet and accompanying group fire barbecue pits and regular barbecue as well. The sites are arranged on the subject property to provide for ample open space between dwelling sites. The sites are located within a building envelope that meets the front, side, and rear setback requirements of the HC zoning district. And the sites are situated around the preferred circular internal drive access with access to Highway 191 via a gated access between the subject parcel and the neighboring KOA campground to the south. Adding 21 dwelling sites to the dwelling units to the property would create a total density of 8.75 units per acre for the property. This density is well below the current permitted residential density for HC zoning district, which would allow 18 units per acre. If developed in accordance with zoning districts, 43 units can be developed here. While this parcel has remained vacant, the neighboring use of the KOA campground to the south, the nearby Cactus Road multifamily development, and the Desert Wind and Red Cliff residential developments across the street would imply a compatibility with surrounding uses and density. The property is located south of the Shell station, located along Highway 191. It is a 5-minute drive to the Moab City Center. Being located on Highway 191, the proposal has a preferred location on a principal arterial road as defined by the UTMP Unified Transportation Master Plan. Additional traffic is anticipated along Highway 191 with the addition of 21 dwelling sites. While the access to the property is proposed to the KOA campground, evaluation and approval of additional access to the highway will be required during site plan application. A traffic impact study may be required by UDOT, and a highway occupancy permit would likely be required. Additionally, the proposed gated access will require review and approval by the fire chief for emergency access prior to site plan approval. The proposal includes full water and sewer and electrical hookups, as well as 4-unit bathroom, bathhouse, and laundry facility. Native drought-resistant landscaping would be met with the inclusion of 1 tree or shrub per dwelling unit, as shown on the master plan, and screening as defined in Article 6.10 compatibility standard is shown along the east property line, abutting the protected zone district of residential as required. The land use code does not define a percentage of lot coverage allowed in the highway commercial zoning district. If chosen for development, the impervious surface and drainage plan needs would be evaluated by the county engineer. Because there is no lot coverage requirement for the HC zoning district, the total number of dwelling sites permitted on this parcel is only limited by the setback requirements and the requirement to stay under 40 units. Regarding the consistency with the general plan, the proposed development is in conformance with core value number 5 of the 2030 general plan, section 5, sustainability, by reinforcing a livable community. This core value echoes that of the county's strategic plan and describes its vision to maintain a livable community in which future generations are nurtured, vulnerable populations are supported, and health and safety of residents is reinforced, as well as the diverse and cultural and educational opportunities are present. For land use code 4.9.1, the purpose of the ADO development is to provide accessible housing to residents in the community that may not otherwise be able to afford traditional housing. The proposed ADO is in conformance with the 2030 general plan, section 6.3.1, which states that it's important to recognize the need to reduce homelessness in all land uses to ensure cultural shift in planning by integrating smart growth principles. One of those smart growth principles being creating a range of housing opportunity choices. Regarding compliance with the land use code, the proposal does meet all the development and use standards as required for an ADO district. I included full site details A through J for each of the applications there, discussing the setback requirements, the building envelope, the landscaping requirements. The proposed development is in accordance with Land Use Code Article 9 Administration and Procedures and Article 4.9.6 the ADO application in following ways by submitting an ITA application intent to apply to the County Commission for review. The applicant submitted the ADO application materials consistent with the Land Use Code, section 9.1.3 minimum submission, and that of 4.9 ADO district application. The application was reviewed and deemed a complete application by the June 7th deadline. In a public hearing on July 10th, the Grand County Planning Commission voted 5-0 with 2 absent, to send a favorable recommendation to County Commission based on the application meeting the following criteria for criteria for consideration. Number 1 being located in the preferred zoning district, compatibility with existing community characteristics, and the lack of impact on traffic. That's my staff report. Happy to answer questions on that one.
All right. Any questions or quick comments? I'll open the public hearing and we can take public comment. Otherwise, we will we'll see this at our next commission meeting. Sure.
Are there parameters set up to assure us that these will be for workforce housing here locally?
There is a pretty stringent enforcement section in the $10,000 a day violations that are verified. It could be extended section. Implementing enforcement as opposed to like day-to-day enforcement. And the idea was to see housing obviously in flux.
Okay, thanks. I will now open this public hearing regarding ADO rezone at 3207 South Highway 191, parcel number 02-0021-0048. Anyone here to make public comment about this particular rezone may come forward and have 3 minutes to speak. Anyone here to speak on this? Anyone on our Zoom to speak to it? All right, it looks like not, so I will leave this public hearing open until Wednesday at 5 o'clock. Wednesday, the 9th of August at 5 o'clock. You may address public comment to the Grand County Commission. Thank you. And we will move on to our next one. This is ADO rezone at 2231 South Highway 191, parcel number 02-0017-0023.
This application is using 9 alternative dwelling sites at the southeast corner of the property. The 1.93 acre property is currently home to the Sherry Griffith River Expedition and includes 4 existing buildings. The structure fronting South Highway 191 is the Sherry Griffith River Expedition office, storefront, and warehouse. The building fronting Plateau Drive houses additional warehousing space, and the 2 structures to the south include an existing dwelling at the front and storage covered parking to the rear. Zoning the property is split, the front third of the property being, fronting Highway 191 is zoned highway commercial, and the rear 2/3 is general business, both of those being the preferred zoning districts. The properties on the north side of Plateau Drive include highway commercial zoning to the front, adjacent to Highway 191, and also large lot residential to the east. Land uses to the north are a mix of residential and commercial. To the south is a 4x4 repair shop. Harrison's Trucking and a batch plant are located across the street as well. As designed, the development envelope adheres to the required HC and general business zoning setbacks, with a 20-foot front yard setback along Plateau, 10-foot side yards, and 20-foot rear yard setback. Each dwelling site is proposed to be 600 square feet. It be 600 square feet and be located along a 28-foot driveway, which provides direct internal access to each site. Road supervisor was able to confirm that proposed access on Plateau Drive would require an encroachment permit, and the driveway would likely need to be asphalt in order to keep gravel off Plateau Drive. The location of the parking on the property line would need to be confirmed during site plan as being located outside of the right of way, and that would be adjusted at the time. Thank you. Additional open space in the property provides for plenty of emergency access and residential turnaround space. Associated parking spaces for each are provided immediately adjacent to the dwelling sites. The land use code does not define a percentage of lot coverage in the highway commercial or general business zoning districts. If chosen for development, because the parking area is already largely gravel and impervious, any increase of impervious surface of the property would require an evaluation of any drainage needs by the county engineer. Being located on Highway 191, the proposal is also situated on a principal arterial road as defined by the UTMP, and access to the Moab City Center is less than 5 minutes away. Having access to both Highway 191 as well as Plateau Drive provides safe access to the development. Minimal traffic impact would be anticipated on Plateau Drive with the addition of 9 dwelling sites, as based on the close proximity to the highway, residents are not anticipated to traverse through residential neighborhoods as much as if they were located further off the highway. Evaluation and approval of the highway access will, however, need to be approved by UDOT and be evaluated for highway occupancy permit. The proposal does not include full water, sewer, or electrical, but instead provides access to the existing bathroom and kitchen in the rear outfitting warehouse that fronts on Plateau Drive. Such facilities would be required to meet the recreational vehicle sanitation code and includes shower facilities. Additionally, a potable water source would need to be established within 200 feet of any dwelling site per land use code. Because the development is not bordered by a protected zone district as defined by the land use code, screening would not be required. However, final development of the site is required to include a native plant or tree shrub planting for each dwelling site as shown on the master plan. Regarding consistency with the general plan, the proposed ADO development is in conformance with core value number 5 of the 2030 general plan, section 5 sustainability, by reinforcing a livable community. This core value echoes that of the county strategic plan and its vision to maintain a livable community in which future generations are nurtured, valuable populations are supported, the health and safety of residents is enforced, and a diversity of cultural and educational opportunities is present. The proposed ADO development is in conformance also with the 2030 general plan, section 6.3.1, land use policies, by providing a range of support, by supporting a range of housing opportunities for local demographic that either prefers non-traditional housing or is not in a position to purchase housing. Regarding the land use code consistency, the proposal meets all the development standards listed in the ADO section. Those are detailed out in the staff report regarding your setbacks, lot coverage, and all those items in A through J. The proposed development is in accordance with the Land Use Code Article 9, Administration of Procedures, as well as 4.9.6, the district application, by going through the ITA process with commission and receiving a favorable outcome. Also submitting all full application submittal materials and doing that by the June 7th deadline. In the planning commission hearing on July 10th, they voted with 5-0 and 2 absent to send the favorable recommendation to Grand County Commission based on the criteria of being located in the preferred zoning districts, compatibility with existing community characters, lack of impact on traffic, and in support of the applicants creating employee housing on site. That is the vision of my staff forward.
Great, thanks, Jenna. Any questions regarding this for Jenna before I open the public hearing? Looks like not, so I will now open the public hearing regarding ADO rezone at 2231 South Highway 191, parcel number 02-0017-0023. Is there anyone here who would like to come forward and make comment regarding this ADA rezone? Yes, sir. Yeah, you'd have to come forward and we'd also please introduce yourself.
I think this is an excellent proposal.
Okay.
I want to say it.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Anyone else want to come forward and speak to this particular ADO rezone? Anyone on Zoom? Okay. Okay. I will leave this public hearing open until Wednesday, the 9th of August at 5 o'clock. You may address comment to the Grand County Commission. We'll move on to our next ADO rezone. This is item 11, ADO rezone at 1435 Powerhouse Lane, parcel number 02-0008-0155. Jenna.
Located at 1435 Powerhouse Lane, the 7.95 acre property straddles both sides of Powerhouse Lane, both north and south. Since the approval of the ITA, the applicant has implemented 3 minor changes to the plan, which include number 1, an adjustment to the dwelling site types. The ITA approved proposed 8 tiny home sites and 3 RV sites, and the final master plan today for the ADO proposes 11 RV sites. Number 2, the ITA proposed 8 sites north of Powerhouse Lane and 3 sites south of that road and on the east side of the property. Final master plan proposes all 11 dwelling sites north of Powerhouse Lane on the west. The previous location of the 3 east side dwelling sites is now the proposed location of a shared amenity structure. Subject property is within a rural residential zoning district adjacent to the city of Moab and vacant property to the north and south. The city's 24-lot Mill Creek Village PUD development situated along Powerhouse Lane, along with a few single-family dwellings. The city's 93-unit Abbey subdivision is also forthcoming and fronts Mill Creek Drive and Powerhouse Lane. While not situated along an arterial or collector street per the UTMP, the development is within close proximity to Mill Creek Drive. A minor arterial is defined by the UTMP, which provides direct access to the town center. The ADO proposes the addition, ultimately, of 11 RV sites north of Powerhouse Lane and a shared amenity structure south of Powerhouse Lane on the east side. The dwelling sites on the north portion of the property are provided with a 2-access internal driveway and are situated outside of a 20-foot pipeline easement at the front of the development and a 20-foot irrigation easement to the rear. The drive access and associated parking would be improved to a durable, dust-free, all-weather surface consisting of gravel and designed to be properly drained as required. Each site is designed with full sewer and water, electrical hookups, and installation of which would require full approval and permitting through GWSSA and the building department. The Zone A 100-year flood and FEMA designation exists to the rear of the development, just beyond the 20-foot irrigation easement and abutting the development. The development envelope itself, however, is not located in a FEMA flood zone. The shared amenity structure proposed on the south of Powerhouse Lane to the east may precipitate the requirement for a rockfall hazard study due to its proximity to the nearby rock formation. The need for such study would be determined by the county engineer during the site plan application review as well. Development of property per the existing rural residential zoning would permit 8 dwelling units. With a proposal of 11 dwelling sites, the ADO proposes slightly higher density than what the current zoning would permit. The lot coverage of the property based on the proposed dwelling sites would be less than 3%, which is well below the maximum 25% lot coverage permitted for the district. Both portions of the development, north and south, are compliant with required setbacks for RR, providing 25 front yard, 15 side yard setbacks as well. Each dwelling site measuring a minimum of 600 square feet. Ample additional space exists on the property for residential enjoyment, as well as close access to the trail system on public lands. Much native foliage currently exists on the property that would certainly meet the planting requirements of section 4.9 for landscaping, but screening would be required per section 6.10 compatibility as the development abuts the protected zone district of rural residential. The placement and feasibility of that fence would be evaluated during site plan. Prior to moving forward, as mentioned, a site plan would be required and evaluated by the development review team for compliance with all land use code. Regarding the consistency with the general plan, the proposed ADU development is in conformance with core value 5 of 2030 general plan section 5 sustainability by reinforcing a livable community, maintaining a livable community in which future generations are nurtured. Per land use code section 4.9, the purpose of the ADU development is to make housing available for a variety of residents, thus meeting the core value of 2030 general plan. The ADO development is also in conformance with the 2030 general plan section 6.3.1 by supporting a smart growth principle and providing a range of housing opportunity and choices. Regarding the consistency with the land use code, the proposal meets all development and use standard requirements for the ADO district. Based on some site conditions that were of concern, we did have, or he was, the county engineer performed a site visit and provided some of the following comments. Number one, regarding a sewer line. After consulting with GSSA, these are the engineer's words, I just copied and pasted for you. Since the development will remain a single property, GWSSA would not require an extension of their main line, just a service line. This is quite manageable. A service line was previously installed some time ago, but it just may need to be upsized. This item would be addressed during a site plan application. Second item was in regards to the drinking water source protection area. The majority of the parcel is within the Moab City drinking water source protection area. However, the area where the tiny homes and RV sites, where the development envelope is located, is just outside of that overlay area. He considered this to be outside of the DWSP per the submitted master plan. Full site details in regards to the development standards were included in sections A through J regarding the setbacks, dwelling size, parking spaces, internal driveway, etc. The development is in conformance with Land Use Code Article 9 as far as the application proposal process. It went through the ITA and received a positive recommendation at that time. They completed a full application submittal with all materials and did that by the June 7th deadline. In a public hearing on July 10th at Planning Commission, the commissioners voted 4-0 with 2 absent and 1 abstention to send a favorable recommendation to the county commission based on the application meeting the criteria of historical use on the property, commute time and related to existing commercial areas, proximity to where jobs are located, compatibility of surrounding uses, and easy access to multimodal traffic. Planning Commission at that time recommended that the applicant include for the county commission a statement related to the impacts to wildlife in the area. And in response to that, the applicant's representative did forward a narrative included in your packet for review. Questions on there was the narrative that was included, additionally, some map documents there. We have Courtney, guys, maybe when you're ready, she can speak to the map items. So that concludes my staff report. Do you have any general questions on the report, the details of the application?
Yeah. Go ahead, Kevin. Yeah, I had one question. So, we've got various sort of land use designations that involve the use of a master plan, and the ones I'm more familiar with the master plan is kind of a commitment, so it somehow, locks all of the property into a particular development plan, and it could only be changed by mutual agreement between the development. So, and this is a large parcel, and all the structures are concentrated in one place. Is this master plan covering the entire 8-acre lot, and there's an implicit commitment that no further development happens on the rest of the parcel?
You can overlay, you can certainly continue development as permitted uses for rural residential. The development agreement that would be recorded and the master plan that's recorded along with the ordinance would lock the development standards as presented for the property. So additional ADO units cannot be developed without additional application.
What about just other houses on the lot that? But there's okay. So I guess, but you were mentioning that the density of this, comparing it to, but this doesn't actually restrict future density, so that number seems less relevant.
So that's interesting. So this gives a little bit more density than the land use code would allow. So if someone was proposing additional single family dwellings, these aren't dwelling units, so they would be counted toward that density. So I don't think that I don't want to confirm at this moment, but I could develop an additional.
Okay, just because of the number of units. Okay. And then I guess another sort of general question is, my understanding is that this parcel is for sale right now. If the current owner, executes the development agreement, that's binding on all future owners, or I mean, how does that work with, change of ownership with, maybe an approved master plan for one of these ADOs, but it hasn't actually been constructed yet?
As I understand, the ordinance is defining the development by the parcel, so I'm sure that it runs with the land. Yeah, the runs with the land was recorded.
Okay, so if someone bought it and decided they just wanted to put like a single house on this parcel, they would have to ask permission to do that. They would say,
if they chose not to do this.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Just to abandon this, they would do that.
Lisa, would you mind just perfect, thanks.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think that as I recall, the underlying zoning would still apply, so somebody could potentially put single family homes on this or subdivide it, but the way that and maybe Dan could even speak to this a little bit, but the way I understand this piece of property is that this is really the only buildable area.
Okay. Any other questions for Jenna or Elisa regarding this one before I open the public meeting?
I had a question.
Great. Mike?
We were trying with most of the ADO developments to lean towards workforce housing. I just, in looking at deed restrictions, there's A and B. The overnight accommodations are strictly prohibited. I understand that. Alternative dwelling developments shall be rented for terms for at least of 60 days consecutive, but it doesn't list any restrictions leaning towards workforce housing. I understand. Okay.
So that was how we landed when we brought the code, draft code for y'all to weigh in on, and had a discussion. And basically, originally we did have the requirement in the occupancy standards for restricting to workforce, but that was striked out because of the concerns with creating a complicated program for housing and the added admin and procedures that would cause in terms of qualifying households, tracking, enforcing. The logic and the rationale that everybody kind of came to consensus on was that these ADOs should be able to really kind of serve the demand for people that are already living in their RVs or trailers, and that would kind of naturally not restrict, but kind of regulate the market. or the rental rate for these developments. There was also originally, when this was all brought up, there was the idea that everybody was sort of complaining about the van lifers in town and like taking over public parks, and we don't have anywhere for folks to go for long-term living in their vans. And so that was kind of also another reason why we left it somewhat open to be local residents and workforce geared towards that, but not necessarily a deed restriction.
Understand.
Yes, Bill.
So then explain what's the penalty for it?
So if you're found that you're renting the units for less than 60 days. So that 60-day minimum lease requirement was kind of the assumption there, was that would automatically create this scenario where you're getting seasonal or long-term residents just across the board. It's very simple.
So we're providing housing for anybody, whether they're in a $250,000 motor home or a van or whatever, and the only penalty is they have to be there 60 days or.
I mean, you could see that could happen, I suppose, but I guess that the original discussion was leaning towards trusting that folks that would be living in their RV that's maybe $150,000, $250,000 RV wouldn't necessarily, I mean, I don't know. I think that was probably the exception, the rare exception, that there would be a case like that. And maybe that wasn't. As I recall the discussion, it was pretty well talked about.
I think part of that discussion also kind of around the fact that the alternative dwelling lifestyle is for many people, and not always necessarily, out of necessity due to income, whatever, can be a choice. And those cases where, you have somebody making a larger income and they have a nicer, nice build, nicer van, like Lisa mentioned, it's probably going to be the exception. It would be a small percentage as compared to the amount of housing you would be providing by this land use code. So
I thought the whole idea of impacting neighbors and everything that we're doing here, including the HDHO, was because we're trying to bring in more workforce housing. I guess I somewhere along the line missed the fact.
Bill, do you want to, I'm sorry, yeah, the microphone, there you go.
I guess I missed the fact that this was not really covering workforce housing.
Well, it's providing that option for sure. It's just making it, it's pretty flexible in regards to.
Yeah, sounds very flexible.
So your concern is that there might be loopholes here that could be abused?
Totally.
Okay. I mean, I think I agree with Lisa, I remember this issue being discussed, and I think the recommendation that came to us was, we didn't need to have as elaborate restrictions as we do with the HDHO thing, but maybe we were wrong. Maybe it should be reconsidered. I think it's awkward at this point because we've already approved a lot of these under the previous rules.
I do sort of recall that the original idea that this all came about was like kind of getting the people who were living in vans or RVs or trailers out there dispersed around the county, giving them an opportunity or a place to go that's sanitary and managed and dedicated. And it wasn't really a discussion necessarily about restricting for income or anything like that. It was more about, as a whole, there was this impact on the county, all of these people living in their vans and trailers out wherever in sanitary conditions and not in places where they can be dedicated.
Great. Yeah, go ahead, Mary.
The discussion also was around that many of these, like the ones we looked at with Sherry Griffith, is giving companies such as Sherry Griffith and Navtech and those areas and a possibility to create housing for their own employees. And I think the majority of the ones that we're looking at, that's exactly what they want to do, like where we expanded it on the roost and such. So, you know, it was discussed a lot. You were part of it.
Right. Yeah, I was very much part of that conversation also. But even at Sherry Griffin's example just before, someone from outside the company could come and rent it for 60 days, right? I have a hard time expressing that to my own constituents. Just putting that.
Passed the ordinance.
I
And
understand
we've
that.
also agreed to many, there's a lot that are already on their way to be developed.
I understand that. Yeah. But I also have my constituents in the room ready to speak against. I want more housing, but I have a hard time justifying it from my own background if we don't lean towards more workforce housing. Like if anyone can come in, that's my line.
Yeah, and I think as it was said earlier, this was to address the issues with all the, you know, the van lifers already kind of squatting in people's property, living here, and that I think the vast majority of those are employed by local businesses, and a lot of people do come in seasonally. So coming in and working, you know, for 60 days and in like September and October, for example, is what you're going to see. And providing those folks an opportunity to work. Yeah.
There's 6 or 7 behind my house as we speak, and I wish and hope that they continue their housing there. Like that's what housing they can achieve. I'm glad about that. I just don't want to generate open pathways. Even in the public discussion, I don't want to generate open pathways for someone outside the area or outside of the need and availability of space in even this one, as we speak to this one exactly. I could very much vouch for or say and speak for keeping it local, but if any availability, it's really hard to not speak against. If there's availability for people outside the area to come in.
Yeah, Bill.
Yeah, this happened prior to either of us being on the board here, and it felt like it was really rushed when it was pushed through to begin with. But I guess somewhere along the lines, I have to apologize that I was unaware that this wasn't created in a workforce atmosphere, and it does bring concerns for me for sure.
Yeah, I think that to summarize the discussion, you know, this point did get discussed. Not a huge long time, but I've at least maybe 5 or 10 minutes. I don't know. And you know, as earlier in this meeting, we're worrying about all the red tape we're imposing on people to get into HDHOs. I mean, there's a lot of requirements. Some people can't do it, and so you know, there's pluses and minuses to putting adding a lot of red tape to something. And I guess the feeling was with like a full house that's getting subsidized somehow, it was worth putting up all these barriers because otherwise there was a very high potential for abuse. And the feeling, rightly or wrongly, when we pass this is that if it's just a place to park a van and you have to rent it for at least 60 days, and there's going to be relatively little pressure to do that. Now, I guess we don't have enough of these online to know, from actually observing whether that abuse is actually going to happen. But that was the that's how the discussion went. That there wasn't going to be less demand for these things from non-workforce housing, and therefore we didn't want to impose on people the extra requirements.
Do you have any
Oh, no. I will say though, the new approved funds that are going towards the impact fee offset program was directed specifically for ADOs. So one of the thoughts we had was to require, if you were to get some of that funding for your impact offset, we would require that some kind of restriction would be placed on the units for workforce. So that would be a way to actually do that in some instances where people are requesting a subsidy for their impact fee. We haven't developed it out very much yet at this point, but that's one idea.
I would definitely be against impact fees being in any way subsidized if it isn't for workforce housing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would want that.
I was just gonna say that, rather than commissioners, wrestling with the existing ordinance itself, that maybe we should focus on the hearing and the project that's.
That's a good point. Okay, and we can potentially add this as a discussion item at a future meeting for sure. Okay, any other questions concerning this particular public hearing at this particular address? All right, then I will open up this public hearing concerning HDHO rezone at 1435 Powerhouse Lane, parcel number 02-0008-0155. This public hearing will remain open until 5 o'clock at Wednesday the 9th. Anyone here who would like to make comment on this particular ADO, please come forward. Go ahead. Yeah, so when you come forward to make comment, please introduce yourself, state your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Hi there, I'm Matthew Monahan, actually. We were gonna build a family home there, but it's a very busy, dusty road, very noisy 24/7. And my neighbor has a lot of visitors all the time, so it's really not very private for us. And when Courtney Kaiser brought this idea to our attention, I thought, well, great, we've got this property, we're not using it. You guys have a housing crisis. You know, I'm all about workforce housing. I live in workforce housing in Colorado. So, you know, whatever we need to do to make you feel confident, I'm open to that, to guarantee that this is for workforce. However we need to do that, that's our intention. So I just wanted to introduce myself, say hello, and tell you kind of where this came about. It was really kind of out of the blue. Courtney, who's a well-respected architect here in town, just said, hey, you know, this is a pilot program that the commission's working on to alleviate or try and alleviate the housing crisis. And, you know, I love being a part of a solution when possible. So I just wanted to say thanks for considering the idea. And if you have any questions, you know, let it go.
All right, thank you very much for your comment. Next, back here. Yes, ma'am. Please come forward.
Hi, my name's Kathy.
Actually, if you could, yeah, please. We ask that you start with, just so the microphone can pick you up, so folks online can hear what you have to say.
My name's Kathy Grossman, and I'm speaking today for myself and my friend Judy Beard back here. Commissioners, thank you for the time and effort you put into reading comments and reaching your decisions regarding the proposed 11-site RV camp park development for Powerhouse Lane. I strongly oppose this and ask you to not approve it for the following 7 reasons. 1, a park made up of mobile RVs is incompatible with the adjacent communities that are made up exclusively of single family and twin homes. Number 2, Mill Creek runs through the property where the RV park is proposed. I live in this area and there's quite a bit of wildlife. I've seen owls, herons, cranes, mallards, and wood ducks, and I have watched generations of ravens nesting in the red cliffs above the creek. Plus, I've seen muskrats, snakes, bears, foxes, deer, raccoons, beavers, rock squirrels, among other animals. I feel all this wildlife will be driven away with more people and usage. Number 3, Mill Creek Canyon is a short distance east up the road from the proposed development. On the way to Mill Creek Trailhead, a sign states it is a wilderness study area, a refuge of water in the desert for people and wildlife, and that we should protect this special place by visiting with respect. And yet the proposed RV park is so close. 4, there will be much more traffic on Powerhouse Lane and parking will be a major problem. There is only 1 parking spot per RV, yet some renters will bring UTVs, their trailers, and extra vehicles. Signs all along the dirt portion of Powerhouse Lane outside the proposed development say no parking. And that means
These excess vehicles would be parked on the already crowded paved portion of Powerhouse Lane, or perhaps the land south of Powerhouse Lane owned by Left Hand LLC may end up being an eyesore as a parking lot. Number 5, a shared amenity structure is mentioned in the plans but not defined. There does not appear to be much space on the south side of Powerhouse Lane for a structure to be built, and I wonder how much of the hillside will need to be removed for this structure. Number 6, short-term rentals are not what they seem. A 2-month minimum rental requirement does not guarantee compliance. It is possible to have cancellations, so one renter leaves and another moves in. And if there is more than one person on the rental agreement, renters may trade off and use the place for shorter periods. I suspect that in reality, in spite of regulations, no one will enforce the parking and rental agreement requirements. Number 7, this development will increase traffic, dust, and noise, interfering with wildlife and non-motorized recreation in the area. You may have heard these comments before, each time a new development is proposed, but there is a tipping point. This project would be next to a rare and unique riparian area in Moab, which could be lost forever if it is okayed. I ask you not to approve this. It feels like opening Pandora's box.
Thank you for your comment. Further comment from the chambers.
My name is Jim Collar. I too live on off of Powerhouse Lane. And Kevin and Bill have both and Mike as well have both brought up issues that I'm concerned about. The sanitation is a significant concern. And I know that the plan calls for sewer sanitary at the campsites. But most of the people who are living out in the desert in their vans don't have full self-contained vehicles. They use the desert. That's why it's so unsanitary. They're not going to camp there in a campsite that has sewer. They don't have the facilities to do that. The other problem we've had, and as previous commenter remarked, I was past president of the POA for Mill Creek Village. And we had problems with, we have a 90-day lease term mandate. But we've had people move in with 2 or 3 leaseholders for 90 days, and they just rotate through. And it becomes an opportunity for overnight dwelling. They come for overnight rentals. They come for the weekend and they move on and somebody else moves in. We had a really hard time controlling that. And as the question was asked, who's going to manage that? Who's going to mandate it? Who's going to enforce it? So I think the questions that you guys have asked are pertinent. And I just think it's very important we pay attention to that, as well as the beauty of that area and the popularity. As Joe says, we're on the top. And it's because of the beauty of Mill Creek. Everybody seems to want to go to Mill Creek. So that's all.
Thank you very much. I think there's someone waiting to comment on Zoom. Sarah, are you still on Zoom?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, I would like to thank Kathy Grossman to the max for her comments. I couldn't have said it better. I'm sorry, I was trying to start my video, but it said it's blocked now. Anyway, I have very deep concerns about the potential development at 1435 Powerhouse Lane. It is a good idea, but it's in the totally wrong place. Not only is this in the narrowest part of the road, which would create so many issues during development, but it is a vitally critical wildlife corridor, no matter what people are trying to say that it isn't. And these corridors are disappearing so rapidly. You know, we just keep putting more nails in the coffin. It says there's a floodway, no encroachment possible, and that won't get flooded, but human-caused climate change is changing all the rules completely. So that could be a floodplain quickly. The stream is impaired. And we need to do everything to protect it, not add more fuel to the fire. And then, the accessory building, I mean, that would require them to do quite a bit of destructive work to the natural hillside. So this is a world-class landscape. It's drop dead gorgeous, and the areas up to it need to be protected because we're getting to that tipping point, someone said. And just another quick point, a lot of people who live on Powerhouse, they always like to say thousands of cars a day go up there. I've been going there every day pretty much since November 2003, and I do a lot of work there. And there was a big bump right after the shutdown ended. I mean, it was unbelievable. It's very mellow this year. It's not anywhere near as packed as it's been in the past, but this thing in this narrow place in this gorgeous area, it's a crime against nature, and it should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Someone from the chambers. Hi.
Hi, I'm Jessica Vanderfield, and I wasn't even here to comment on this today, but after seeing it, I've built affordable housing just down the road on Powerhouse Lane for locals who are in the workforce housing. I too was under the impression the ADO was for workforce housing. So the new concerns of I traveled for 8 months on the road, and the amount of people I talked to who live out of their RVs full time, they stay places for 3 months at a time. And it sounds like these could just be taken up by non-locals living here, having fun, which we have RV parks for that. And I know that that's not what you guys wanted the ADO to be. So I really highly consider you looking into those regulations, because, you know, we need it for the locals, not for RVers who are traveling around on a yearly basis going for it.
Great, thank you. Anyone else in the chambers like to comment on this particular ADO? Anyone else online?
I have a comment. This is Courtney Kaiser.
Yes, Courtney.
So I shared a letter that was in the packet with some thoughts regarding the site that I hope you will read before you deliberate on this parcel. But there's really just one thing I want to reiterate tonight. This property has a really small buildable area, which you can see is already developed and used currently. That buildable area will be constructed in one of two ways, somehow, some way. Either a high-end single-family home, which is used by right, and that could be by Matt, or that could be by some future buyer, but that is the inevitability of this property unless you say yes to the ADO project in front of you today. These 11 ADO RV spaces would benefit locals and local businesses by the nature of the 60-day minimum leases. You get to make that choice. My hope is that you will choose housing over single family.
Thanks, Courtney.
Hey, can I say one quick thing?
We've already had your comments.
Half a sentence.
I know that's okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Oh, it looks like online we have Emily Campbell.
I think Crystal had her hand raised before me, so I'll go ask her.
Crystal, I'm sorry. Now I can't see who has their hand raised, so I'm relying on others to say that. So I apologize if I'm skipping you. I'll get to you. So Crystal, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Crystal Music, and I've lived in Moab for, 8 years. In the past 3 years, my partner and I own a RV, and we started out camping on public lands because that was our only affordable option. And it just got to be kind of nonsensical to do that. And so as an RV owner, I think this is a great option for affordable housing for just common workers in the area. I also believe that an RV owner shouldn't be discriminated against. We have just as much right to live in a beautiful place with trees and shade. We shouldn't be forced to be on a parking lot with no shade next to the highway. I appreciate wildlife. I love Mill Creek as well. But if it's kind of hypocritical for these people that own homes in the area, their houses impact wildlife. I understand that this will bring a few more places that can bring housing and people that care about the community, people that can do good for Moab. I would like it to be longer term. I know many people that live in this town in RVs that would love to have a safe place and make their place a home. Many RVs have sustainable toilet systems, and we're happy to abide by all the rules and be a great part of this community. And I think this is a great place. We need housing. I mean, what are we gonna, I appreciate the council and the planning and zoning department. They're trying so hard for people like me, and yet there's just pushback after pushback. But change is gonna happen. Growth is gonna happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Emily, you're up next. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm Emily Campbell, and I'm speaking as a private citizen, despite my volunteer role in the Planning Commission. I wanted to share a few thoughts I was going to send in a letter, but first I'll preface by saying on a personal note, when the Planning Commission's recommendation left the Planning Commission, there was an attachment to workforce housing and full-time residents. And I know I had raised that today, that maybe there was some confusion there. If you read the plain language of 4.9.5 in our land use code, it clearly says that an alternative dwelling is intended for workforce housing and for primary residence. It's in our land use code. So that's my understanding of the intent here. And from a personal note, it relates to what Crystal was saying, that we should find dignity for people who don't live in traditional homes. And unfortunately, that's increasingly a large percentage of people in our community. When this code was being drafted, I had the opportunity to go and meet with people and families who live long-term in RVs here in our community. And when you go and visit the sites that are operating as long-term alternative communities, alternative dwelling communities, you find people with little gardens outside, and their dogs are there, their kids play together. This is their home, and people treat their home with respect. And not everybody lives in the way that many of us are fortunate to be able to live, with a traditional roof over our head. But I don't think that means that we should push people only to live in places such as next to the highway. I think we need to be recognizing the fact that people live in many different ways here in our community, by necessity and possibly by choice. A couple thoughts though. This is a sensitive area. I recognize that. To Courtney's point, the buildable envelope here is not that far off from a large single family home, particularly if that large single family home had an ADU in the back. And as many of our families in our communities are large, if you had a large single family home with 2 or 3 kids who are school aged and an ADU that was resided in by a couple, you could easily have 5 or 6 cars just from a single family development, which currently has a development by right. So that scale is something to consider when considering this this application that I look at personally. I am concerned about the floodplain. I think it may be appropriate to require stick frame cabins and tiny homes for this development instead of tiny homes on chassis and RVs. And I know you have another application before you with that in the developer agreement. So that's something you might consider if that is the concern. And it sounds like the applicant is open to making this work for long-term residents and members of our workforce regardless. And what a gift to have a developer who's willing to come to the table with that type of flexibility, because I know that's been a concern. So if you deny this, please deny it on a use basis that is appropriate to the area, not on the fact that it will have people who don't live maybe like us, but still deserve dignity, still deserve to have a home. So thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Emily. Is there anyone else on Zoom who has their hand raised, if you guys can see? All right, anyone else here in the chamber who'd like to come forward and comment on this particular ADO? Yes, sir. Hi.
Christopher Conrad. I served on the council from 2009 to 12. So I sent you guys written comments, and they're expressing concern and opposition to this project. But I really appreciate the discussion that I'm hearing, the concern about this, because I think obviously we're trying to solve this problem, providing before. And I don't own my house, and I live a pretty alternative lifestyle. I'm a company artist, and I am very grateful for the situation I am, but I can't afford my house. I'm really glad to see Matt here. And Matt, I think there's a solution to your property. I know there's a solution to your property, but this is, like I said, I sent you guys written comments of a whole bunch of stuff. But really, some of the most important things, like, I mean, I understand we got 11 sites put into 0.19 acres. You know, like it's like a good class project of like how many can I fit? There's no manager on site. There's no property owner on site. Like this hasn't really been thought forward, like thought through. You know, it's like the size of the RV sites. This is so tight. If somebody has tip outs on their RV, for example, which is quite common on trailers now, those are 12, 13, 14 feet wide. But these are only allowed anyway. The drawing doesn't accommodate. Drawing doesn't accommodate parking. You know, it assumes that each RV is going to have one car. Really, it's probably going to be double occupancy of those RVs, and like someone else mentioned, razors, trailers, things. There's not enough room for this thing. It's just not. The other thing I put in my letter, you know, there's this accessory structure which is undefined. Whether that's going to have bathrooms in it, who knows? So yeah, so I'm imagining. Okay, let's say van lifers who don't have a toilet in their van, what are they going to walk 550 feet at night? There's no shoulder, winter time. Anyway, it just hasn't been thought through. I support the concept of workforce housing. I think a lot of those ones that are going up in Spanish Valley that I've seen on some Cherry Griffiths, for example, Mason Road, Spanish Valley Drive, those are the right places. Those are the correct situations. So,
Appreciate your comment, Chris. Thank you. Anyone else here who would like to make a comment on this particular one? Yes, sir.
I'm Richard Cook, and I'm a former member of the Planning Commission for Quad City and Council as well back in the 90s. I've seen a lot of unintended consequences from approvals that were well-intentioned, but wound up being problematic down the line. And I definitely think this is going to, one, not serve the intention of the ordinance. The economics of the project just weigh against it so heavily, and we were struggling with affordable housing when I was on the council, and it's always economics that drives it. So this isn't going to be subsidized by anyone. The property is very expensive. It's a large piece of property. It's for sale. There's actually no provision in the ordinance, you might be interested in this bill, that requires the RVs to ever be rented. They could, in fact, be pulled onto the site and simply used by the owner of the property who, as it's been mentioned, the property's for sale, could be a corporate owner. The RVs could become a de facto retreat center for executives or perks for, there's just no provisions to nullify that. To pull in the utilities from 800 feet away and pay the impact fees is going to be expensive too, and I don't have to read that to you. You know what this is costing. But no one has mentioned the safety of the residents. The safety of the residents, if they have to park on site, it's a 1,000-foot walk to the site. There's no parking on Powerhouse Lane. Powerhouse Lane is not a safe road. It's not in the ordinance that these roads, local roads, should be a preferred zone. It's our is not a preferred zone, but Certainly Powerhouse Lane can't be regarded as a collector or any kind of street that can handle this sort of thing. It's not really safe. People are driving down the road, there's cars. We let pedestrians walk up there, but we shouldn't impose that on residents that we're approving. But in addition, Abbey subdivision is getting built. And there may be public safety problems with running the traffic for Mill Creek Canyon through a densely populated 93 units. But once ADUs are in there, it could be quite a bit more. Running the traffic, and this was a 2-year effort of a committee to address the concerns the BLM had about whether they're going to expand their parking. It's not adequate. So we recommended, not unanimously, but nevertheless, it was a recommendation to move the parking to Potato Salad Hill. The only logical place to close, and the closure of Powerhouse Lane to vehicular traffic would be made by a gate at the beginning of the gravel road where the city has a turnaround area. So it could be managed, and this property could be served by a code or a clicker, some way of just having the gate open automatically.
We're at about 3 minutes if you want to wrap it up.
Okay, I will. But it would be impractical to serve the ADO development with a closure, and so you shouldn't close the door on your future decisions that may be required by public safety traffic concerns in Abbey subdivision.
Thank you. Anyone else here care to comment on this public hearing? And online, I think we've addressed everybody. All right, we'll leave this public hearing open until Wednesday at 5 o'clock. You may direct future public comment to the commission on this. Thank you. We are on to item number 12, ADO rezone at 2666 Desert Road and 2371 East Mesa Road, parcel number 02-0021-0142 and 02-0021-0143. Jenna.
Located at the northwest corner of Mesa and Desert Road, this proposal currently spans 2 vacant properties totaling 1.89 acres. If a full ADO rezone was approved for such project, the property line between the 2 parcels would need to be vacated to allow for development. Such condition has been noted in the approving ordinance as a condition of approval. This ADO proposal includes 19 full hookup sites that are noted on the master plan and in the development agreement to be constructed as non-RV, traditionally built or pre-manufactured tiny home ADO sites per the recommendation of commission in the applicant's consideration in the commission's consideration of this proposal during the intent to apply portion. The dwelling sites are situated around a preferred circular driveway with adjusted access. Per the recommendation of County Commission, the master plan has been adjusted to propose the entrance to the development on Mesa Road as opposed to Desert. The new access location has been evaluated and approved by the road supervisor and received initial concept approval. The development is proposed within the preferred zoning district of large lot residential. As designed, the development envelope adheres to the required large lot residential setbacks, providing 25 on any road frontage and 10-foot side yard property lines, and also provides for a compliant building sites larger than 600 square feet and smaller than 1,200. Any property line adjacent to the preferred protected zoning district included on the site plan includes buffering as required per section 6.10. The property line to the west is zoned highway commercial zoning and would not require such buffer treatment. The lot coverage for the development, including the square footage of all dwelling sites, is 18% for the 1.89 acres, falling under the maximum lot coverage allowed for LLR, which is 25%. Any drainage plan needs based on impervious coverage would be evaluated by the county engineer at site plan review. Proposed landscaping on the property includes corner pocket plantings and 1 drought-resistant native plant, tree, or shrub per dwelling site as required in the ordinance. While the subject property is not located along an arterial or collector road per the UTMP, the development provides quick and easy access to 191 2 blocks away. Close proximity to the highway would likely minimize residents traversing through the neighborhoods, and access to the city center is about 5 miles away. Regarding consistency with the general plan, it's the ADO development is in conformance with core value 5 of the 2030 general plan, reinforcing a livable community. This core value echoes that of the strategic plan and describes its vision to maintain a livable community and provide for the health and safety of residents and a diversity of cultural and educational opportunities being present. The proposed development is also in conformance with the 2030 general plan by promoting a smart growth principle of creating a range of housing opportunity choices. Regarding consistency with the land use code, the proposal meets all development standards described in the ADO development ordinance in relation to the lot size, development standards for setbacks, coverage, parking spaces, interior driveway, and the landscaping requirements. The proposed development is in accordance with the Land Use Code Article 9, Administration Procedures, and Section 4.9 regarding the district application by following the required intent to apply process with the commission and receiving positive approval for that to move forward with a full application. They submitted all required full application materials and did so by the required deadline of June 7th, 2023. In a public hearing on July 10th, Greene County Planning Commission voted 4-0 with 2 absent and 1 abstention to forward a favorable recommendation to the commission based on the application meeting the following criteria: the land use code 4.9.2 criteria for consideration being 1, proximity to highway commercial corridor node, overall design of the proposed development, and compatibility with existing community characteristics. That's my staff report.
All right, thanks, Jenna.
Yeah.
Any comments on this from commissioners before I open the public hearing? Mike?
Continue to say previous comments. I thought we were restricting to workforce housing. I'd love to see that in the future, but again, I don't see it in the restriction. We already.
Okay. Then I will open this public hearing for ADO rezone at 2666 Desert Road, 2371 East Mesa Road, parcels number 02-0021-0142 and 02-0021-0143. Anyone in the room today who would like to come forward and make comment on this one? Same rules apply. Please introduce yourself in 3 minutes.
My name is Manuel Torres. I bought 6 acres out there next to this property about 30 years ago. County Commission wanted open space. So what we did is out there we built 2 houses, 6 acres, and I even designated a ½ acre for a pond for the livestock and the wildlife in the area, because we have a lot in that area. And I just struggled with this type of housing going next to open space that we were asked to do years ago. And I know times change, I understand that. But we invested a lot of money and we gave a lot of land just to keep the open space. These gentlemen came in about 3 years ago. They bought this property when they knew it was ½ acre lots. You know, and I don't struggle with ½ acre lots. If they want to put 4 homes in that area, that's fine. I have no objection to that. But to put that many homes next to areas that are open, the planning commission rejected a year ago a ½ acre just east of that, across the street from that. They wanted to put 5 on a ½ acre, and the planning commission rejected that. I don't understand why now they changed their mind. Next, across the street, they want to put, what is it, 19 homes? So I just struggled with that. I wish that you would consider, allowing us to go in. Like I said, I have no problem with him, having ½ acre
lots in there, putting 4 homes in there. That's the way it's set up right now. So just ask him to reject it. I think Nick has some, and I think all the neighborhoods in the area, he's got the names of all the neighborhoods in the area. I think you guys see that. They're all against it. Because they have the same thing. They have open space. So, thank you for your.
Okay, thank you, Manuel. Who else would like to make comment on this? Who is in the chambers?
Yeah, interject. Manuel didn't say so, but this is yet another former county commissioner.
Yeah. Okay.
So we've set a record tonight with former elected officials testifying public hearings. Nice to see you after all these years.
All right, please come forward. Yeah.
Things like that. Well, my name's Nick Oldroyd, and first of all, thank you. I don't envy you guys at all. I've been here since 4. Wasn't sure how these meetings work, but very educational. And thank you for what you guys do, because I couldn't do it. Just a couple things. First of all, the law that Manuel was talking about, they were going to put 3. It was going to be a triplex. It was a half-acre lot. The gentleman who is in charge of this lot right now actually opposed that lot as well. So for him to come in now and say, I want to do 19 lots when he opposed one across the street is just disheartening, right? Jessica's here in the back. She got approved for an HDHO. I was fine with that. She's doing 1/4 acre lots, right? That's perfect. That kind of sets into what we have going on out there. I bought my lot like Manuel years ago. We didn't know Sage Creek was coming. Sage Creek came in, highway commercial, nothing we can do about it. I accepted it. The owner became friends with them, still am friends with them. Who knows if they're going to build, but they have already been approved to keep building, right? They have been approved to build 4 more. That's 48 more units out there. Scenic View Inn. It wasn't when I bought my lot, it was down flats. I bought my lot knowing I'm going right next to a highway. Now I got a hotel in my backyard. I'm okay with that, right? Because that's where this stuff goes on highway commercial. Kevin, you pointed out, you said it. You said when we were talking earlier, you said, when these people drive by and see all these buildings, I will have to drive down this road every day to go home after work. I'm just a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen that works in Moab, right? Like that's all I am. I'm raising a family. I have a kid in all schools, high school, middle school, and HMK. So putting 19 more units right here, it will definitely affect traffic for my kids. It's going to affect the safety. I sent you guys a letter, like right before the meeting started, because like I said, I don't know how this works. So I sent you guys a letter, and I didn't include everyone because I was running out of time. Bill's, yours came back to me saying it wasn't, it didn't get sent through or whatever. But there's 9 families that I've talked to right before this and said, hey, what are your guys' thoughts? And when these guys bought the property, they knew the rules back then. Like, I'm okay. I want to compromise. I work in town. I employ people in town. Like, housing is a big deal. 19 units. I agree with Mike. None of it's deed restricted, right? Who's to say? Who's going to manage this going on? And then you have parking on top of that. 1 parking spot for all those spaces. You're telling me there's not going to be more than 1 person staying in those places? Like, I don't want to. I'm with a lot of these people who will compromise, right? HDHO, Jessica did it the right way. I commend her for doing it the right way. And the people who bought this lot were going to do an HDHO, but now they're doing the ADO, and I don't know, ADO, HDHO. I don't know what any of those really mean, so I might be getting some of them mixed up. But I do know they're doing an ADO now instead of HDHO, the way Jessica did it properly. And it's going to be 1/4 acre lots. That's fine. If we do 1/4 acre lots and it's for deed restricted for families, I'm all for it. 19 lots when I go home and I have my kids playing on that street. I mean, it just doesn't seem fair. So I think that was all. I want to keep residential. And then on top of that, if we do allow these 19 to go in, just property value. It just diminishes everything that I had worked hard to go and do out there. I built a house out there thinking I have to build a 1/2 acre lot. And now here I am, 19 units. I own actually 1.5 acres. I could do that that I would not even fathom doing that, especially to my neighbors. I have a hard time with that, so I appreciate it jumping on that time. But I appreciate you guys, and I would have asked you guys for support, and let's go back to the table on this one, and let's make it right. Let's make it right for all the residents out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Anyone else here in the room?
I'm Becky Manderfield. I live kitty corner across from what's going to happen here. And I bought the property. Jessica's my daughter. I could have put 7 lots. I could have asked for 7 lots on the property that we did 4 lots on because we wanted to keep it residential. It's residential. Something like this needs to be out on 191, not in a residential area. There's kids. We've asked already for there to be a gate put on that end of that street at Mesa so that the people from the condos can't keep coming. The traffic is much worse now because of that. And I just think all for this, except for all for it, because we thought it was meant to be for locals, and it doesn't look that way, which makes it even more complicated and makes me hope that you're not going to pass this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
But the applicants for this project. And I get what everybody's saying. I literally live right next door to that whole development. And as far as property values go, I mean, I'm close to maybe $500,000 that I've just put into my house. And the last thing I would want to do is lose any of that. The cost of that property, as a builder, I have looked at that for the last almost 4 years, trying to find some way to make it pencil and make it work, but it just doesn't. 4 houses don't work. It's not profitable. Would I like 4 houses next to me? I don't know. I would be on the fence on that, whether that would be more beneficial than a nice, cute little community of 19 little tiny homes. I don't know if you guys have seen any of our design work we've done. Did you guys get any of that from the last meeting? The exterior elevation, like that. So we put a little bit of work into that. We consulted with 2 different counselors, I guess, business coaches. I don't know what other word you would call them, to help us to try to establish an entity to manage that project. Because, like I said, I'm a builder. I'm not a developer. And both of them have told us about money that's out there, both on a federal and a state level, to incentivize a project like that, to help us to get the rents down to where it's affordable and it can still be built very nicely. So there's lots of things on the table with that. Some nonprofit organizations, things like that we may establish to be able to put that development together. But I mean, I get what the neighbors are saying. I've talked to a few that no one has ever voiced the concerns that these 2 have. So I'd be interested to maybe talk to all of them and just really see if there's a way to come up with a logical way to make that a usable piece of property instead of just dirt and weeds. I do know that the current owners do have a contingent offer on that property, and the plans that I've heard for it are not good. They're not beneficial to the neighborhood at all. So, but that's a lot of talk. It's a lot of conjecture. It's a lot of things that are up in the air. So, like I said, we just live right next to it. We were just trying to make a nice little place that could benefit the community and would give some people some nice place to live. And that will be a gated community, by the way. So it will not be it'll be fenced and gated. Plenty of parking, no parking on the road, that kind of stuff. So again, we're going to manage it, so we keep pretty tight rein on it as best we can. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Crystal online has her hand up to make a comment on this ADO.
Hi there. My name is Crystal Music and I live in Moab. I just want to reiterate the bigger picture of affordable housing in this town. All of us use services, go to restaurants, grocery store. Everybody is understaffed. But where are we going to put locals and people that want to be here and live here long term? I used to work for the Park Service. I made less than $19,000 per year. I can't afford a home here. I can't afford property. I love this community dearly. I can't, $800 a month to rent a room is almost like 40% of my monthly paycheck. So I'm seeing a lot of my long-term friends move. So I like this development because it is a higher density, but look how many homes we can provide for people that want to make Moab home. And there's looks like a good design. There's a community gathering place. It's like a community within a community. These type of ideas have worked in other states like Colorado, and they really work for other non-traditional people like myself that are at the age where I want to be a homeowner, but I can't do it. And I don't need 7 acres and a 3-bedroom house. I really just need a 1-bedroom place where I can feel safe. And it's nice to live in town and be able to ride my bicycle. I understand that nearby property owners might not like it, but if we want this town to survive and grow, we have to have affordable housing. Otherwise, it's going to crash and burn, and it will turn into Sedona. It will turn into second home and retirement community, and you'll really lose the character of this town. So that's kind of the bigger picture, but I support this one. I think it's awesome. I'm really happy to see this being discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Anyone else online that I've not seen? Anyone else here in the chambers who'd like to make a comment on this particular rezone? All right, I will leave this public hearing open until Wednesday at 5 p.m. And as usual, you can address comments to the Grand County Commission. We're on to,
comment.
did you want to make a comment on that last ADO, Courtney?
Yes. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to jump in there. You might not.
Okay, go. Yeah, go ahead. You have 3 minutes to make a comment. Thanks.
Thank you. So I hope when we look at these kinds of communities that we can start to picture who these people would be, and instead of thinking of them as outsiders and people that would be a detriment to a community, they are actually people that will be a part of our community. So we talk about our kids being in these neighborhoods and our neighbors and the kind of communal feel that we have. And these are just more of those people that I hope we can get the workforce side of things figured out, because I do believe that that is the full intent of this ADO overlay. And it does say that in the ordinance that that's the intent. So I'm really hopeful that we can see these projects come to fruition for workforce. I'm also a really big believer in Mike's construction quality, and I have seen the renderings for the tiny homes that they're hoping to build here, and they're more like single family homes than the RV type of things that oftentimes get pictured when we talk about tiny home communities. So I hope that you will approve this, because I do think it will be a wonderful addition to the community and higher end than probably what people have in their minds. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Courtney. Okay, as I said before, we'll leave this public hearing open until Wednesday the 5th. And I will now open our last ADO rezone public hearing at 2890 Spanish Valley Drive, parcel number 02-0022-0033. Jen.
Thank you. This ADO proposes 7 dwelling sites to be constructed as traditionally built or pre-manufactured tiny homes at the recommendation of County Commission during the applicant's intent to apply phase. The applicant has made the necessary commitments by including such language in the approving documents and adding a note on the master plan to reflect that intent. The subject property is 2 acres located on Spanish Valley in a rural residential zoning district. Surrounding properties are also zoned rural residential. The subject property currently accommodates 1 single-family dwelling, which acts as the applicant's primary residence. As highlighted by the applicant, the 2012 and 2030 general plan identifies this area as a rural center node in regards to future development, which calls for neighborhood retail, local commercial, local tourism, and increased residential density up to 3.2 units per acre if providing open space or affordable housing. The proposed development would increase density of the property from 1 unit per acre to 4 units per acre, including the existing home. Screening along the property lines that abut the protected zone districts of rural residential would be required for compatibility standards. As designed, the development envelope adheres to the required setbacks for rural residential. The proposed dwelling sites range in size from 600 square feet to 1,200 square feet and include the required parking space for each right outside the dwelling spaces as provided on the master plan. 2 additional guest spaces are also proposed. The lot coverage based on the existing home accessory structure, dwelling sites, and community pavilion is estimated at 12% coverage, which is well within the maximum 25% allowed for the rural residential zoning district. Each site is located along the preferred internal circular driveway access with 2 access points along Spanish Valley Drive, which is identified as a major collector per the UTMP. The site is 3.7 miles away from the Maverick gas station located at the intersection of Highway 191 and 400 East via Spanish Trail Road and Highway 191. Located on Spanish Valley Drive, the development would also be located along the future multi-use pathway, helping to provide for multimodal access for residents. With the addition of 7 dwelling sites, some additional traffic impact is anticipated. A community pavilion is proposed, which would serve as a gathering space for residents and provide shared laundry space as well. Individual sewer, water, and electric hookups are proposed for every site. The ADO as required includes 1 tree or shrub per dwelling site, which is indicated on the master plan. Regarding consistency with the general plan, the proposed ADO is in conformance with core value 5 of the 2030 general plan by reinforcing a livable community and maintaining a livable community in which future generations are nurtured, vulnerable populations are supported, and the health and safety of residents is reinforced, and a diversity of cultural and education opportunities is present. The ADO development is in conformance as well with the 2030 general plan, section 6.3.1, by supporting a smart growth principle of creating a range of housing opportunity and choices. Regarding consistency with the land use code, the proposed development is in accordance with all land use code development standards and use requirements for the ADO development district. Meets all the setback requirements, all parking, minimum lot sizes, and proposed landscaping requirements. The proposed development is in accordance with Article 9, administration procedures, and the district application by providing full application materials following a positive recommendation by commission at an intent to apply meeting. And the application was reviewed and deemed complete by the June 7th deadline. In a public hearing on July 10th, 2023, the Greene County Planning Commission voted 5-0 with 2 absent to send a favorable recommendation to commission based on the application meeting the following criteria for consideration. Overall design of the proposed development, commute time in relation to existing commercial areas, proximity to where jobs are located, and in relation to multimodal transportation options, either existing or planned, and compatibility with future land use designations. That concludes the staff report.
Thanks, Jenna. Questions on this one? Yes, sir.
Shows pretty nice fence all the way around that development. Is that part of the plans?
It would be required a site plan.
It would be required.
Yeah,
okay, thank you. And do you think that these owners and some of these others that we've just dealt with are willing to commit to workforce housing and some kind of deed restriction?
I wouldn't want to speak to that. It'd be speculating.
It would be nice to ask. At least I think it would be really good to ask.
I think we need to kind of check legal on whether or not at this point we could include something in the development agreement.
it would restrict for workforce housing.
Sure, we can discuss that.
Because, yeah, I think
Because they're already meeting the minimum expectations, having the additional requirements can get problematic, but we can talk about what those look like too.
well, is it a problem if we say we're comfortable with approving this if?
Yes. it
Can you do that?
it
You know,
can.
say, otherwise I'm not comfortable with approving it. And that might be the incentive they need, but then you would have to get it in writing and make sure. Because I guess I was a little unclear.
The mechanism for that would be the development agreement, but again, like I think we would need to go back and check, kind of really make sure that we're not out of compliance with any state statute in terms of what we can do with the development agreement.
Okay, because
Because the difficulty is we can't put expectations down and then have people apply and then say, just joking, we want 18 more things. So that's kind of the problem here. We have people that are applying now. And so we can look at them. You guys have legislative authority to deny based on certain criteria. And we can go over that in the decision-making stage. But to add on additional things can be really sticky and problematic, right? I agree. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. All right, I will open this public hearing for ADA rezone at 2890 Spanish Valley Drive, parcel number 02-0022-0033. This public hearing will remain open until 5 o'clock on Wednesday the 9th. And is there anyone here who would like to make comment on this particular ADO rezone? Is there anyone online who would like to comment on this rezone? You can see. Okay. It doesn't look like there's anyone here to comment on this rezone. So again, we'll leave this open until Wednesday at 5. You can address comment to the Grand County Commission. And we have come to the end of our public hearings. And with that, we've also come to the end of our regular agenda. So I will adjourn this meeting of our Grand County Commission regular meeting at 8:08.